Testing, test. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. For those who are still standing, we invite you to kindly take your seats in the empty seats as instructed by our committee. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, for those who are still standing at the back and also for those who are just entering, welcome. Please take your seats in the empty seats as instructed by our committee as the conference will begin shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be informed that we will be starting shortly. For those of you who are still outside the ballroom, please kindly enter and take your seats. We also kindly ask that you silence your mobile phones to make sure the event runs smoothly. Should you need restrooms, they are located outside before the elevators. Once again, we kindly ask that you silence your mobile phones to make sure the event runs smoothly. And should you need restrooms, they are located outside before the elevators. Once again, we kindly invite everyone to please take their seats as we will be starting shortly. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ASEAN Community Town Hall, which is a public discussion event held as part of the ASEAN for the People's Week. It shares and explains the main ideas from yesterday's closed-door Track 1.5 ASEAN Community Building Forum, where government officials and experts discussed important regional issues. While yesterday's forum was private and focused on policy discussions, this ASEAN Community Town Hall is open to the public. It helps the people to understand what ASEAN is working on and gives them a chance to be part of the conversation. During the ASEAN Community Town Hall, speakers will talk about key issues such as climate change, health cooperation, development, political and security challenges, and economic cooperation. Overall, the Town Hall connects expert discussions with the public, making ASEAN's plans and priorities more open, inclusive, and focused on the people. Before proceeding further, let us all please stand and sing the ASEAN anthem. Please be seated. For those who don't already know, Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, or FPCI, is the largest foreign policy grassroots organization in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the Indo-Pacific, with over 100,000 people in our network. Please enjoy the following video.
diam ku melihat sadarku bertahun bersama terwujudlah terbayang yang terindah yang terhampa berlalulah sadarku semuanya perasaan rasa cinta kaulah yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku oh, coba terbangkan khayalku dari sadarku. Terbayang yang terindah yang terhampa berlalulah sadarku semuanya perasaan rasa cinta kaulah yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku oh, coba terbangkan khayalku dari sadarku.
Now, please welcome the founder and chairman of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, Dr. Dino Patti Djalal, to give his opening remarks. Pak Dino, the floor is yours.
Selamat pagi, magandang umaga, right? Chum siriap suah, sabay di, minga bala, xin chào, sawah di krab, is that right? Okay. Apa kabar? Salam sejahtera and good morning to you all. I want to thank everybody for coming here today. I know it's a very difficult process to get in. It took me about 1 hour just to pass through like a few hundred meters yesterday. So the fact that you're all here today means a lot to us. And I know there's about 1,000 people who registered and we can only accommodate about 300 seats. And I told the organizers, we don't mind if any of you want to sit on the floor. I'm not kidding, because in Indonesia, sometimes when we have overcrowd events, some students sit on the floor. Let me just begin by explaining why we are here and why this event is being organized. My name is Dino Patti Djalal. I'm from the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. But a decade ago, by the way, I want to welcome former Foreign Secretary Delia Albert, who's here tonight. Thank you. About a decade ago, ASEAN came up with a huge idea, a very important doctrine, which is to come up with a people-centered community. Because you know, in 1967, ASEAN was formed by smart people with ties, like Ambassador Nelson, very smart diplomats, but it was mostly an affair among officials and leaders and ministers, because that was the landscape at the time, right? And it took some time until about 10 years ago, they decided, look, ASEAN has to go down to the people, has to be owned and felt and experienced and loved and respected by the people. That was about 10 years ago. But it was a bit of slow start right? Because it was a new concept, and it was quite a struggle to get the grassroots to be involved in ASEAN. And a lot of the activities relating to the people-centered ASEAN were mostly top-down, yeah, initiated at the top and brought down to the people. There was not too much bottom-up initiatives. And there was still some gaps between what the governments are doing and the vibes at the grassroots, right? And and we know this by experience at PCI because we started calling people. Yeah, the landscape is very different. You know, the landscape of governments is one thing, but the landscape of peoples in Southeast Asia is also quite different and complex because they belong to different political systems, right? And we just find out about it once we start calling and inviting people throughout Southeast Asia to our events. So this is why last year we convened what we call the ASEAN for the People's Conference. And the term was coined by a Filipino, Jamil Maidan Flores, because at first we wanted to refer to it as ASEAN People's Conference, but then no, it's ASEAN for the People's Conference. And we started, like Jehovah Witness campaign, we started calling everybody, especially people who don't know who we are. Yeah, we find out who's who in Laos, in Cambodia. We ask people, and we ask, look, we are FPCI, we love ASEAN community. You want to join our conference? And many of them said no, mainly because they don't have money to travel. And that's another revelation. Majority, maybe about 90 or 95, 99% even, of ASEAN social organizations, civil societies don't have the means, right? But they have the heart, yeah? So we convened last year and thousands of people came, hundreds of ASEAN civil societies came to that event, and then we realized, hey, we're onto something, right? There is this thing called an independent force of ASEAN civil societies and social organizations. In Vietnam, they call it social organizations, yeah, and so on. And then we decided, okay, let's do this every year. Afni, who's somewhere around here, said, but you know, why don't we do it every time there's an ASEAN summit? So the leaders can feel the vibe at the bottom, and the people at the grassroots also, the grassroots feel the vibe at the official level. And this is why we're doing this, the ASEAN for the People's Week in Cebu. At the same time, our leaders and officials are meeting. This is the first time this has been ever held, and we're gonna do it again at every ASEAN summit. So thank you, Cebu, for being our partner for this. Let's give a big hand to everybody. Now, I think what is important is that the context, you have to understand the context of our meeting here. Everything is context related. Yeah. What is the context? The context is we're meeting here at a time when the world is heading into a different form, a different order, right? You can call it the new world order, the next world order, whatever it is transitioning permanently. Permanently. It's not gonna be like the old days next month or next year, permanently into something else, right? Trust at the moment is low. Rule of law is less important, and confidence in rule of law and consistency is very low. Double standards is very high. Mistrust is very high. People are debating whether or not we're heading into World War III. I say, no. We are in the midst of world wars. Yeah, I don't call it World War III, but world wars. There's a war in Europe. There are wars in the Middle East, in Africa, and other places, and possible wars coming in other places as well, right? So I don't want to call it World War III, but we are in the midst of a number of world wars, right? Including wars in different forms, the cyber wars, the social media wars, information wars, and so on. So it's a strategic wilderness that we are facing now. Nobody has a blueprint. Nobody has a playbook. And our leaders are in the dark trying to figure out what is the ASEAN response. And we all pray that they figure out something to respond to this strategic wilderness and heading into the next world order. It's a big job. I don't have the answers. You may not have the answers. They may not have the answers. But we need to figure out the ASEAN response. And why we're here? We're here because we need to believe in ASEAN. Where if you don't believe in ASEAN, you need to start believing in ASEAN. You need to understand more about ASEAN. And I'll give you several examples, several reasons why. One, and this is personal view, in my view, ASEAN is more relevant to us than the United Nations. Again, UN is very important, the UN Charter, the UN, but not all of us can go to the UN every year. And the UN has to worry about 193 countries. We have our ambassadors there, right? But ASEAN is strictly focused on our region, on the 11 countries of Southeast Asia. So at some level, and I say this out of diplomatic experience, at some level, what happens in ASEAN matters more to us than what happens at the UN. Secondly, ASEAN is a source of growth, of strength and security for all of us, right? Even Timor-Leste, the latest member of ASEAN, genuinely believes that, right? ASEAN is not just ASEAN. ASEAN citizens are your customers, your investors, your teachers, your students, your knowledge partners, your tourists, right? That's what ASEAN means to you. They are a source of your strength, security, growth, and peace. And the third reason is you don't have anything else in the region. ASEAN is the only thing we have in terms of regional organization, right? We may have smaller groupings, BIM IAGA, they had a meeting last night, yeah, and different sub-regional arrangements, but in terms of regional organization, there's only one in Southeast Asia, ASEAN, right? It's not going away, and it took us so many decades to build it. And for those skeptics who say, well, ASEAN's this, ASEAN has weakness, shortcomings, yeah, I agree with you. But compare ASEAN not to what you want it to be. Compare ASEAN to where we were 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, when the region was divided. We had wars, we didn't like each other, right? And so on and so on. Compare ASEAN to a generation ago and 2 generations ago. Fourth, the reason why you should believe in ASEAN, we have established, and when I say this outside the region, people find some revelation. ASEAN has established an anti-hegemonic system, right? Meaning what? It's a region where nobody dominates. Not internally and not from the outside, right? It is very significant. Indonesia is an equal partner as any other regions, any other countries in the region. And this started with Lee Kuan Yew, you know? Yeah, nggak apa-apa, biarin aja. Started with Lee Kuan Yew, right? Because Suharto wanted to meet with Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore in the 60s. Singapore is very small, Indonesia is very big. And Lee Kuan Yew said, I'm not meeting Suharto unless we sit each other as equals. And that's what has happened, right? And why is that important? Because we're facing a world of spheres of influence. We're seeing this in the Down Road Doctrine, right? And other places as well. We're seeing a multipolar world where we risk heading into spheres of influence. And in ASEAN, that doesn't work because everybody, Indonesia, Timor-Leste, Malaysia, Singapore, everybody sits together as equals and as partners, right? So this is what we're celebrating here. Um, the people-centered ASEAN community, where the community is driven and shaped not just by policies of government, which used to be the past, but by the peoples of the region. Again, a community not just shaped by policies of government, by, but also by the peoples of the region. And I hope from this process and the activities of ASEAN for the future, I hope that we can make ASEAN into a model, right? A model of what? A model of how a region that was once so divided, full of wars and conflict, can transform itself to become a family, a community, where countries in that region connect with one another and relate to one another as friends and as family. A model where there is a regional architecture which are able to draw the rest of the world. There are 58 countries who have signed on to Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, to draw the rest of the world into our table and drive a regional order based on friendship, peace, and cooperation. And finally, a model of a regional organization which is not just strong at the top, at the officials level, where I used to be, I'm now retired, but also solid at the bottom, at the grassroots. That is a model by which ASEAN, in this transitioning world order, can offer its contribution, both in terms of examples, its norms, and its achievements. So let's be that model for our peoples, for our governments, and for the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dino. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's town hall, we are now honored to hear a keynote speech by Her Excellency Teresa Lazaro, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of you. I would like to extend my congratulations to a good friend, Dr. Dino Patti Djalal, and the rest of the foreign policy community of Indonesia for the conduct of the ASEAN for the People's Week here in Cebu, the Queen City of the South and the venue of the 48th ASEAN Summit. The convening of this civil society-driven platform this week comes at an auspicious moment as the Philippines hosts the first ASEAN Summit under our chairship. We are honored to have the leaders of the region here in Cebu to discuss the prevailing issues of the day and explore collective solutions that promote a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN community. In the same spirit, I recognize the magnitude of the task before all of you participating in this activity today amid a backdrop of global challenges that profoundly affect our respective countries, our businesses, our communities, and our peoples. Platforms such as the ASEAN for the People's Week are in line with one of our chairship priorities, people empowerment. We hope to foster social inclusion and promote a sense of shared identity and community in ASEAN. This includes cultivating resilient and empowered families, promoting inclusive development, encouraging innovation, and contributing to an environmentally sustainable and food secure future. Alongside this priority, we accord equal importance to our commitment to the establishing peace and security anchors and building prosperity corridors. Both of these enable an environment for our communities to grow and for our peoples to thrive. Guided by these objectives and set against the uncertain global environment that we have at present, you have the opportunity to engage in open, thorough, and fresh discussions on ensuring energy security, stabilizing our food supply, and safeguarding the safety and welfare of ASEAN nationals. In an interconnected world, ASEAN's hallmark values of cooperation, solidarity, and the centrality of diplomacy are more vital than ever. ASEAN is a vibrant and dynamic community made up of more than 700 million people that dream, that strive, that aspire. As we continue to navigate the future together, I firmly believe that ASEAN's future trajectory and standing in the global community will also be defined by its ability to provide the conducive environment for our people to thrive and to empower them to reach their fullest potential. Allow me once again to congratulate FTPCI for convening this vital dialogue, one that embraces inclusivity and places people at the forefront of our regional discourse, ensuring ASEAN's resilience, prosperity, and greater success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will now start the first session on SDGs in ASEAN, progress, gaps, and what it means for communities. The session will be moderated by Dr. Krina Tanyongon, Dean of the UP Cebu College of Communication, Art and Design. For the session panelists, please take your seats on stage, and in the meantime, please watch the following video.
The world is currently off track with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and Southeast Asia is no exception. With only about 35% of the targets on track or making modest gains, the region must accelerate its efforts, especially on the social SDGs: no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being. Across a region of more than 670 million people, complex challenges persist. Food prices remain high. Climate-related disasters are increasing, bringing more deaths, displacement, and disruption. At the same time, many communities continue to struggle with access to quality education and maternal health services. These challenges are made even more difficult by today's global environment. Rising geopolitical tensions, protectionism, and economic uncertainty are slowing cooperation and limiting the resources needed to achieve SDGs by 2030. So can we get the SDGs back on track? And what will it take to accelerate progress by 2030? In our first session, SDGs in ASEAN, progress, gaps, and the way forward, we will focus on these urgent pressure points and explore how ASEAN can strengthen collaboration to deliver real progress where it matters most. Join us at the Movenpick Hotel, Mactan Island, Cebu, at the Monte Carlo Ballroom. You can register via aseanforthepeoples.org. See you in Cebu. Maraming salamat po.
With that, Dr. Krina, the floor is yours.
Maayong buntag mga Cebuanon. Ako si Krina Tanyongon, Dean of the UP Cebu College of Communication, Art and Design, and also a member of Regional Center of Expertise, Advancing for Education for Sustainable Development. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge our session partners for today. Kaabag sa Sugbo Foundation, INC. Kaabag is a network of local organizations in Cebu. Ms. Cathy Ruiz, and also the Regional Center of Expertise, Cebu, and the University of San Jose Recoletos. So this session is entitled SDGs in ASEAN, Progress, Gaps, and What It Means for Communities. The world is currently off track with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and Southeast Asia is no exception. With only about 35% of the targets on track or making modest gains, the region must accelerate its efforts, especially on the social SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being. Across a region of more than 670 million people, complex challenges exist. Food prices remain high. Climate-related disasters are increasing. bringing more deaths, displacement, and disruption. At the same time, many communities continue to struggle with access to quality education and maternal health services. These challenges are made even more difficult by today's global environment. Rising geopolitical tensions, protectionism, and economic uncertainty are slowing cooperation and limiting the resources needed to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Against this backdrop, can we get the SDGs back on track? And what will it take to accelerate progress by 2030? In this session, SDGs in ASEAN, progress gaps and what it means for communities, we will focus on these urgent pressure points and explore how ASEAN can strengthen collaboration to deliver real progress where it matters most. So we are privileged to have our knowledgeable and experts in the three important SDGs on poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and food security. So I'd like to begin introducing the first speaker, Ambassador Nelson Santos. He is the current senior advisor for the President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste on international relations. Prior to the current position, Mr. Santos served as Security, Defense, and Foreign Affairs Senior Advisor to the Commission B of the National Parliament of Timor-Leste. During the mandate of the 8th constitutional government, Mr. Santos was the Chief of Staff and Senior Diplomatic Advisor to Prime Minister of the 7th constitutional government of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste from September 2017 until July 2018. Among his achievements, Mr. Santos successfully negotiated 98% of the international terrestrial border between Timor-Leste and Indonesia. He also actively participated in the conclusion of negotiations between Timor-Leste and Australia on Timorese sea resources. Aside from those accomplishments, Mr. Santos is fluent in Portuguese, English, and Titom, as well as functional in Malay, French, and Chinese, Cantonese. Ladies and gentlemen, can you help me welcome Ambassador Nelson Santos?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the introduction. But before I begin my presentation, I'd like to set the records clear. I am not that smart. My friend, Dr. Jalal, like to inflate my confidence.
I will have,
Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to keep my remarks in a practical and focus on what HDD gaps actually mean in people's day-to-day lives. We are often discuss the SDGs in terms of targets and indicators, but for many communities, these gaps are experienced in very concrete ways. That is to say, health clinics that are too far away or don't have enough trained staff, classroom without sufficient teachers and resources, lack of job for young people who have completed the schooling, communities that are still physically or digitally disconnected from markets and services. So when we talk about SDGs, gaps, we are really talking about lived experience. Globally, progress has slowed. According to UN, only 15% of SDGs targets are currently on track to be met by 2030. But I'm not so sure if, given the current landscape, if that target is still, that very, very low target is still achievable. In Southeast Asia, the picture is mixed. The region has reduced extreme poverty significantly over the past 2 decades, but inequality, vulnerability persist. As we know, ASEAN is home to over 700 million people with more than half under the age of 30, and in Timor-Leste the age is much lower, it's about 20, which makes youth inclusion and job creation particularly urgent. Around 1 in 5 people in part of Southeast Asia are either unemployed or underemployed, even where economies are growing. While internet access has expanded, but an estimated 30 to 40% of people in some ASEAN countries lack reliability, digital connectivity, and especially in the rural areas. Again, my country contributes a lot to this low percentage. Also, as we know, the region is highly climate exposed. Over 90 million people in Southeast Asia live in lowland coastal areas, vulnerable to flooding and sea level rise. And at the same time, urbanization is accelerating, with more than 50% of ASEAN population now living in cities and putting pressure on infrastructure and services. Now, for Timor-Leste, the development context is equally important to consider. The population is young with a median age of 20 years, which creates both opportunity and pressure to generate jobs and services. Around 70% of the population live in rural area, which access to services and infrastructure can be very limited. While electricity access has expanded significantly in recent years, about almost 100% of the Timorese have access to electricity, but challenges remain in terms of reliability and penetration. This highlights an important point that progress is real, but uneven. Increasingly, challenge is not only about growth, but about how that growth is distributed. From the policy perspective, there are a few points that may be useful. First, national average can be misleading because they often hide disparities at the local level. This is why more disaggregated data and strong subnational analysis are so important. Second, these gaps are interconnected. Even if we measure them separately, for example, a lack of road or transport affects access to school, clinics, and markets. This suggests that more integrated approach are likely to be more effective than isolated interventions. Third, communities themselves need to be part of the solution. People understand their own constraints and priorities, and that perspective is essential for design policies that actually work. Participatory approaches can take more time and patience, but they tend to lead to more sustainable outcomes. For Timor-Leste perspective, these issues are very real. As a young, we are working to expand access to basic services, improve connectivity, create opportunities for a rapidly growing youth population. At the same time, we are conscious of the risk of an uneven development, particularly between urban and rural areas. That is why inclusivity is a central focus of our development approach. ASEAN has an important role to play, not only through formal cooperation, but sharing practical lessons on what has worked in different contexts. Regional platforms can help share what has worked in a different country and context, especially inclusive growth, rural development, and climate resilience. And for Timor-Leste, being part of ASEAN is not only about participation in regional processes, but about accelerating development outcome for our population through stronger regional cooperation. Madam Chair, I believe that this inclusive approach will benefit our people. But let me just end by reinforcing Padino's view on the UN and ASEAN. I think, as everybody knows, we are the finest moment of UN history, the independence of Timor-Leste. But as we see, UN today is totally dysfunctional. There is no Security Council. Security Council is not functional. And for us, in spite of all the challenges, our leaders are on the table. At least they can sit and discuss our problems. So for Timor-Leste, ASEAN now becomes a central for our development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Santos. Thank you for laying down the social development challenges that ASEAN faces today. And yeah, I would like to ask a question on because you mentioned about the involvement of communities. So we have people's organizations here, grassroots organizations, and also the academe, the students from USJ are here. I want to ask, how could we inclusively, or how could we meaningfully involve these communities, or local grassroots organizations to take part actively in this, in reaching the targets, 2030 beyond, or 2045? Because, as you can see, the data, the records show that we have not really reached the targets, setting the target, only 35%, in Asia, and globally, the picture or the data is not encouraging. So how can we encourage more active participation from the people themselves, from the communities, from the youth, from our students?
From the dimension of Timor-Leste is not as complex as I would say the dimension of Indonesia or a country with a larger population. My friend here was telling me that our progress in ADG is quite modest in terms of love in all the areas. And obviously that it's very essential for the politicians. In Timor, we don't do the politician likes what we call it consultation. Whenever policy they want to implement, they usually go down to the villages. And that is because given the country, even though it's infrastructurally challenging, it is small, and we do have also a certain level of financial means of our own resources that facilitate a lot in terms of getting involved the community into the designing of policy. And what we lack, and that is because of our history, is the human capital, human resources that might be able to maximize our resources. And this is one of the main concerns of Timor-Leste now, how to maximize our resources. I think at the moment it's too much waste. I give you, for example, in Timor, if you are an orphan, you have a subsidy from the government. If you are over 65, you have a subsidy from the government. And if you are a veteran, you have a subsidy from the government. So the social, in terms of support, is there. How to maximize, that is our problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Santos. I'll now move on to our next speaker. And her presentation focused on another important SDG target, which is the health, good health and well-being. Dr. Piu Piu Tin So is a lecturer of School of Public Health of the University of Hong Kong. She is a Myanmar Australian Fellow affiliated with both the University of Melbourne and the Australian National University. She is a medical doctor, epidemiologist, and lecturer at the University of Hong Kong. She earned her MBBS from the University of Medicine, Mandalay, a Master of Public Policy from the Lavanic School of Government, Oxford University, and a PhD in epidemiology from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. She completed postdoctoral training as a World Health Organization Fellow and visiting scholar at Stanford University's Asia Health Policy Program. Currently, she is head of the School of Health at Spring University, Myanmar, focusing on public health training and crisis settings. With 12 years of experience at Myanmar's Ministry of Health and Sports, her research interests include global health, public policy, health systems, and crisis medicine. She also serves on the Steering Committee for Science and Exile Initiatives at TWAS UNESCO, advocating for displaced scientists. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Piu Piu Tinzo.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your introduction. And good morning, everybody. And thank you so much, Dr. Nino, for giving me this platform to talk about very important ASEAN health issues. So actually, I would like to introduce the very important ASEAN initiative, which is called ASEAN One Health Network and the ASEAN One Health Joint Plan of Action 2023 and 2030, which is the biggest health initiative collaboration among ASEAN countries. But this panel is going to address to the communities, so I'm going to drop the data, the indicators, the policy jargons, and I will try to address the reality as brief as I can be. So this document is a living document. Living document is a beautiful term because it is evolving, meaning that we all can keep updating this document. So the question is, where are we when it comes to health SDGs, indicators, and goals? Are we getting there? So we can be diplomatic and say that, no, 35% we have achieved, some of things are good, some of things are bad. But if we are going to be frank, if we are going to face the reality, no, we are very much lagging behind when it comes to a lot of SDGs data. So this is the first step. And then the first thing I would like to say is that are we actually brave enough to say that we are severely lagging behind? And what does that mean to communities? Actually, it means that majority of the people in our region are living in poverty. Mothers are dying, children are not doing well, a lot of kids are not going to school. That's the reality. Forget about the data, right? So somebody out there is not eating food today. A mother is dying because she doesn't have a skilled birth attendant and she just died. Pregnancy is not disease. Pregnancy is a natural process. Whenever a mother died in our region, it is our fault. It is policymakers' fault because pregnancy is natural. Mother should not die because of pregnancy, except some exceptional conditions. So these are the reality that we should address. And then what it means for the solution and where we stand and how we collaborate with each other with the guidance of ASEAN. Because ASEAN is the only organization that our people could rely on, and what are the way forward and what the rest of the world is doing when it comes to SDGs. So actually the world is being overwhelmed by documents, plans, research data, and the world is actually not facing the reality because some of the things are happening in silos and some of the things are not even discussed. Do we dare to discuss these difficulties with our communities? So what is actually happening in the Middle East and how it relates to ASEAN region? What is meant by One Health? I don't know how many of our policymakers are really embodied the concept of One Health. So One Health means that diseases, viruses, bacteria, they don't care about immigration laws. They don't care about borders. They just cross and they would infect you, no matter if you are a minister or president or a homeless people. a virus would infect you. So what does it mean if a baby in Myanmar don't get immunization? It means that white polioviruses could come back to the world and attack your baby in very rich mansion, because they don't know if it is a mansion or if it is a homeless kid. They will keep infecting you. And also animals matter, trees matter, rivers matters, everything matters, and our policies must be inclusive. Our policies must take everybody into consideration. So humanity cannot be selfish, one country cannot be selfish, America cannot be selfish, and also dismissed to help other people. Because if there is malaria in Mekong region is not defeated, in one way or another, it is the health security threatening all humanity. Because malaria doesn't care about whether you are American or ASEAN or African. So this is all about One Health concept. And then what is the solution? So we have 3 steps when it comes to tackling these kind of One Health problems. We just faced COVID-19. And I keep saying as an epidemiologist that people are very forgetful. We brushed it off. We pretend nothing happened. Actually, millions of lives have lost. But we actually think about other things. So what does it mean? What should we do? There are 3 steps. First, prevention. Second, early detection. Last, response. As epidemiologists, we keep saying that, guys, policymakers, Mr. Presidents, and everybody else, response is too late. We really have to invest in prevention. But policymakers don't like to invest in prevention. Do you know why? Because prevention takes time, and sometimes prevention don't give you fruitful results because it is prevented. You cannot be are more interested in something which is tangible than which is the results in next 10 years. Or maybe there is no result because everything is perfect. You are prevented, protected, right? Like immunization. So things are actually quite political up there and down there. And then we have to address to our communities with honesty, with integrity, and with empowerment. We have to let the people know that this is your problem, our problem. Documents are good, frameworks are great, but at the end of the day, you are the people who suffer, and you have to take part in our policy-making process. And how do we do in this phase of policy-making, which is we called community-based policy-making? How can you participate in the process of policy-makings, which are matters most to you? So the only way is question your superiors, question your policymakers, question them, be brave. Are you really doing well? So what is the political will? So for example, in case of Myanmar, the military coup happened in the middle of pandemic. So communities should ask, do you really care about our health? We are facing pandemic, but you care about other things. Is that realistic? Is that actually to achieve SDGs or protecting we from something which is next to come? But these kind of questions are actually not only Myanmar's question, it is ASEAN questions and it is humanity's question. Policymakers, they may have goodwill, but their interests could be not aligned with community's interest. So community must step forward and ask necessary questions. And people like these area, we have to actually give space to have these questions come forward. And with that, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And
we will
I'd like to
entertain
return
questions
to
later
this.
from the audience. Thank you so much, Dr. Piu Piu, for your emphasis on involving, consulting the communities on what is best for them, and also the emphasis on policy that should be translated into practice, especially on the prevention, early detection, and response. Thank you so much. I will now move to the next speaker. then also the question. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Jose Maria Luis Montes Claros, a research fellow and food security lead from the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, or RSIS, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He conducts policy analysis with dynamic models of food security and climate change, having provided inputs to Singapore's Inter-Ministry Committee on Food Security. He is co-investigator in studies on digital technology futures in Southeast Asia and beyond, with various local and international partners, including the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, the German Development Agency, GIZ, and the ASEAN Secretariat, among others. He is also first inventor of the Urban Ag-Invest tool, NTU. It's a tool with Professor Paul Teng for assisting governments to draw investments into their high-tech farming sectors. He likewise contributes to grantsmanship efforts as part of the team at NTS Center ISIS. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Dr. Montes Claros. And the question for Dr. Montes Claros is this, on food security. Food security system, ASEAN's food systems are increasingly exposed to external shocks, and food insecurity has been rising across the region. Yet, responses often remain focused within the agricultural sector. Does this suggest a need to move beyond sectoral approaches and adopt a broader human security perspective? Dr. Montes Claros.
Thank you, Dr. Tenongan. And greetings to everyone. My family name, Montes Claros, may be familiar because my forefathers were from Cebu. So, maayong buntad. So I have been asked to do two things. One is to answer the question on food security, but also to share a little bit about SDGs in ASEAN. So SDGs are the Sustainable Development Goals. And ASEAN has progressed significantly in some of these goals. Poverty has gone down from 13% in 2016 to just 10% in 2023. But we are also lagging behind in many others. In disasters, there used to be 2,000 people per year who died or were missing because of disasters in 2016. Now there are more than 6,000 as of 2023. So if you were to look at the report card for SDGs, we need to do better in about 50% of the SDGs. We need to accelerate progress. And Ambassador Nelson has given you all of the details earlier about SDG progress in ASEAN. So I will not expound further. Now to answer the food question. So if you look at the statistics in ASEAN, 8 to 10% have severe food insecurity. Meaning on a regular basis, on a daily basis, they do not have enough food to eat. 10%. There are 24%, 1/4 of ASEAN, where they have moderate food insecurity. So these are the people who sometimes don't have the food that they need, but not all the time. Sometimes the food is available, but it doesn't align with their preferences. And at the bottom, actually, 36% of ASEAN is unable to afford a healthy diet. So this is really the biggest challenge. So what are the drivers of this challenge? If we look at incomes of the people, so I think many of you went through online schooling during the pandemic. Actually, during the pandemic, all of the overall income per household fell by close to 5% in ASEAN. And it was only in 2022 where we resumed when we went back to the pre-pandemic level. So if incomes are only starting to recover, if you look at food prices, they have increased by 6% per year from 2017 to 2022. So you can see that the households can be squeezed. Now, then I'll finally go to the external factors. What happened in 2022, 2023? Anyone? So this is the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. So Russia is all the way in the north, but that war had an impact on food security here in the south, or Southeast Asia. And the impact was because Russia and Ukraine are the breadbaskets of the world. They are the source of wheat. And without wheat, we don't have Indomie. In this case, we don't have Lucky Me. So how do we address these challenges moving forward? Here comes the role of ASEAN. Do you know in 2007 to 2008, we had a similar crisis? Just like what's happening in Ukraine, except that there were different causes. Back then, 25% of total food was actually banned. Vietnam, Thailand, India. So 25%. But during COVID and during the war in Ukraine, only 10% was banned. Why? Because ASEAN developed the ATIGA, ASEAN Trade and Goods Agreement, in 2009, right after the crisis. Why haven't we had another food crisis like in 07-08? Because ASEAN developed its emergency rice reserves, ASEAN +3, together with China, Japan, and South Korea. And so today, we are again facing another challenge, this time from the Strait of Hormuz, because of the war between US, Israel, and Iraq. And unlike the previous wars, this time it is affecting our gasoline prices, our energy prices, our fertilizer prices. And this is really the challenge now. So what can we do about it moving forward? I believe that ASEAN should really strengthen its local production base. We normally import more than we export in terms of food. So we need to provide greater support to our farmers so that the farming business can be viable. Nowadays, the farmers are losing their workers. Because who here wants to be a farmer when they grow up? Few people. Because farming is seen as a tiring job, low income, less educated. But if you look at other countries, it is no longer seen like that. In other countries, farming is now capitalized. A lot of capital, a lot of entrepreneurship. So you are not a farmer, you are an entrepreneur. You are an inventor. And really, this is the kind of transformation that we need moving forward, so that the youth will see farming as a viable job, not as a secondary job to industry, secondary to services, but as a primary sector to work in. So I think that will be the biggest transformation that we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Montes Claros. Although we have only 2 minutes left, but I want to ask one more question. Because you mentioned about strengthening our local production, I want to ask, because if there are like any support, no, for local local groups, no, grassroots organizations advancing for alternative food systems. I'm doing a research on with local food organizations, no, advancing sustainability, growing organic, organic farming, and also slow food movement, global or farm seed savers. So, but they were not like so much integrated, no, in the whole food ecosystem. Like I'm talking about the Philippines. What do you think should the government or the policy making, in terms of policy making, that these alternative local community or food organizations will be very much involved and supported in their local production?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think this hits a very crucial point, that the agriculture sector is not so much so well understood by the business sector. It is usually a black box. So there has to be some bridging involved. Farmers should be trained to really speak the language of business. And businessmen should be trained to understand the science and the complexities of farming. What I find most interesting about agriculture is I feel it is more complex than other sectors, in fact, because you have to look at the weather, you have to look at trade, supplies. And if you compare the complexity of it to others, maybe it should be an even higher paying job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe you're pointing at the social enterprise model, because it advances a business framework, at the same time very exclusive and community based. Thank you so much, Dr. Mentes Claros. At this point, I'd like to ask, I give the floor, no, to our discussants, who will throw some questions. So one question for each discussant. And I'd like to call a representative from Kaabag sa Cebu Foundation, Mr. Regine Lakibol from the University of San Carlos Political Science Department.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of the network coordinator, Ma'am Catherine Melody Ruiz. My question is, what co-production mechanisms can be pursued by ASEAN so that local communities have high sense of ownership being part of it? Thank you.
Who would you like to?
Anyone from our speakers can answer that question. Let me repeat my question. What co-production mechanisms can be pursued by ASEAN so that local communities have high sense of ownership of being part of it? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a try at it. So yesterday, actually, Anthony Chua was sharing about this experience between Indonesia and the Philippines. Anthony Chua is from the Business Advisory Council, ASEAN. And he was sharing how over 1,500 farmers in Mindanao were supported in planting durian. Because nowadays, durian has very high demand in Indonesia, in Singapore, and in other countries. So this was able to address the demand not just in the region, but also beyond. So I think having these conversations, building these linkages, is really the starting point. Because afterwards, the business model can work itself out. And that's where ASEAN and perhaps the ASEAN back would play an important role. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mentes Claros. Ambassador Santos, you want to?
In the case of Timor-Leste, I think we have a lot of homeworks to do. Our internal production is very low. It's very labor intensive. And we looking forward to learn from ASEAN experience on how to expand our agricultural productions. The resources we have, the means in terms of human capitals we do not have. I was in exchange with the ambassador of Singapore, Timor-Leste, and Singapore now is working on a pilot project in terms of like how to provide seeds for some sort of oil in Timor-Leste. So we have a lot to learn from our ASEAN friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Santos. Dr. Pio, you would like to?
Oh, thank you so much for the question. I don't actually know about food protection, but I could give you some thoughts on how community could feel or could participate in these mechanisms. So to my knowledge, community are very important because at the end of the day, they are the stakeholders who bear the results of any policy. So they are responsible as well as have a right to know what's going on at the policy making process. So you can claim the accountability from the rulers of any organization up there and have platforms to actually keep yourself updated so that you are always aware of what's going on in your communities as well as in your society, and also if you are scientists, students in your field. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Regine Lakibo. Next discussion is from the RCE, Regional Center of Expertise, EST, Dr. Cherry Baliescas. Dr. Baliescas is the president of RCE, Cebu.
Thank you very much to all our distinguished speakers. First, a synthesis. Thank you very much from the first Mr. Dino and to our three speakers for reminding us that our landscape has changed. The goals have not. From 2015, when the Millennium Development Goals ended, we were given until 2016 to 2030 to again make the world better. And we are all saying we're just 35% there. Our people are still poor, hungry, in bad health, and so on. So basically nothing has changed, but the environment has changed. The political environment has changed. The crisis and the challenges are getting closer to us. And third, there's a war, wars are all over, and so on. So it's still a divided world. However, we want to say, we want to, no one left behind. We don't want to leave anyone behind. It's a better world out there. We only have 2030. And that is something I would like, the communities, we are the communities, and we are the civil society. We are not with the politicians now, but we would like to remind ourselves, 2030 is our deadline. The global warming is ticking. What does it mean? I think you know, high sea level rises, and then more stronger typhoons, and so on. And the environment knows no borders, does not stop time according to the people's agenda. That's the first thing. And then we have our energy crisis because of some very brilliant world leaders. I say that in, okay, as orange as it can get, okay. The world is now really moving closer towards a new world order. We don't know what it is going to be, but we know it's not going to be peaceful and so on. So I just want to ask our speakers, what does it mean for communities? You have told us in health, in food security, and then in the experience of Timor-Leste. These are our young students here. The civil society groups are here. The people's organizations are here. The poor and hungry themselves are here. What can you suggest that they do from this session onwards? But what I want to emphasize is we are ASEAN, we are global, regional citizens, but we are citizens of the world and the planet. And each one has to do their share, but partnership, number 17 SDG is the most important. No 16 SDGs without number 17, partnership. And I think this is what it means to be here today. So please, your thoughts, your advice for all, especially the young who are here. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Professor, for your very great question and meaningful question, which is quite relevant to our panel. So to the students and to everybody who is attending this panel, the key message or the key response that I would like to give all of you is that everything is interconnected. We will never survive alone as a humanity. So there is a very famous saying in health sector, which is think global, act local. So you really have to think globally. Iran, Ukraine, Palestinian, all the crises are relevant to our region, but you cannot act there. You have to start acting here locally for students in your classroom, for teachers at your faculty, for policymakers, for your population, and then ASEAN for your region. Yes, ASEAN is first. But then you also have to keep informed yourself with what's going on. And at the end of the day, we all are Homo sapiens by blood. We all are interconnected, not only humans, rivers, trees, animals. We are all on this planet, and we have to actually do anything, something, anything to actually fix the world. So that's my message to you, and then response to the question.
I leave the expert to go last. On the issue of food security, nutrition, and agriculture, from the Timor-Leste perspective, we have a lot to learn. And why am I telling this? In terms of a democracy, we are the second best in Asia. In terms of press freedom, we are among the top in the world. The issue of reconciliation and peace, in Africa, they use a lot of example of Timor-Leste. But on an issue that our government and we as a Timor-Leste is failing, and we have to admit that, is when it comes to the food security, nutrition, maternity, health. Although we have improved quite dramatically in terms of, for instance, Timor-Leste is free of malaria, or that the life span has increased dramatically from the beginning of the independence. Now we are in 70 and 70 above. So the issue of food security, we do have a very challenging for Timor-Leste. We are humble to learn from our friends in ASEAN, to learn from the communities essentially here in the Philippines and in Thailand. And fortunately, Thailand has agriculture programs in Timor-Leste, and I believe Filipino as well. And this is why we're here for, to learn from our friends from ASEAN. Thank you.
And just to add to that, building also on this theme of interconnections. So, Dr. Cherry, right? So I think your question is really about sustainability. How can we make our growth sustainable? And I think that the answer really lies in intersector collaboration. For agriculture, the problem is our productivity is expected to fall by about 10% heading up to 2050 for rice. But we are expected to increase production by 25%, or we need to increase it by 25% to meet future needs. So there is a discrepancy there. But that's not the end of the problem, because rice is also a key contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. 12% of methane emissions are from rice. And agriculture as a whole contributes about 20%. So it's a wicked problem, because agriculture contributes to climate change, at the same time suffers from it. And even if you increase your productivity, you plant more rice, you end up creating more greenhouse gases. So where does the solution lie? The solution would lie then in science. lies in finding better production systems, leveraging artificial intelligence, digital agriculture systems, and biotechnology. Although it is quite much debated here in the Philippines, but biotechnology also holds potential in increasing productivity so that we can really grow more food with less land and less water in a way that is more resilient to pests and diseases. So, but for these technologies to flourish, we need to have more conversations. Because there are groups on both sides, groups against genetic engineering of crops and groups for it. But the problem of undernourishment is just at our door. So how do we address that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monteslaros. At this time, I'd like to call a discussant from the University of San Jose Recoletos.
Good day, panelists. Thank you so much for the insights that you have given us. Now, for my, as a student from Cebu, Philippines, I've been reflecting on how ASEAN's progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is not only something discussed at the regional level, but something that directly connects to what we experience at the local level. In many communities like ours, we still see persistent challenges in poverty reduction, food security, and human development, even as the region moves forward with SDG commitments. What stands out to me in today's discussion is the idea of inclusivity within ASEAN's development trajectory, especially as the region continues to expand and integrate new members with different levels of development. With that in mind, I would like to raise a question focusing on convergence within the bloc. So I would like to ask Ambassador Nelson Santos. This is the question. Ambassador, as Timor-Leste transitions from observer status to full ASEAN membership, what concrete mechanisms are currently being put in place to ensure that its existing SDG gaps, particularly poverty, food security, and human development, do not widen further compared to more developed ASEAN member states? So that is my question.
Thank you for the question. In terms of for Timor-Leste, what has our accession to ASEAN has brought to us? I think first and foremost, our accession to ASEAN will give us an access to a market that over around 70 million people. Aside from that, it put pressure, external pressure on the government to undertake necessary reforms to be able to live up to ASEAN expectations. So that is the key for Timors. And as we see it now, that ASEAN is the only forum, or one of the very few forums that everyone is on the table. Now that we see the UN is in disarray. So for Timor-Leste, accession to ASEAN is strategically, politically, economically, it's very, very important. Our progress is modest, but it's very encouraging. As I said, malaria is now extinguished in the Timor-Leste. We used to have the mortality rate is among the highest in the world. Now it's not among the highest in the world now. It has reduced dramatically. Beginning of independence, we had 19 doctors. Now we have over 1,500 medical doctors in the 20 years, and we have more that are being trained. We have engineers that are returning to Timor-Leste. So it's a gradual process for us to be moving and give our contribution to ASEAN. But for our politicians, for the Timorese, the most important priority for us is not to be a burden to ASEAN. And what does it mean? It means that we'll have to keep the country stable, secure, and enough to sustain ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Santos. Thank you, Danica Suelio, for your question. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Hanibar Cotanda, also from San Jose Recoletos.
Hello, so I'm Ryan Raila. So instead of Sir Hans, I'll ask a question on his behalf. One thing I noticed in your talk collectively was there's a lack of discussions about water, which is supposed to connect all of your topics together. So I would like to ask any of you if what are your views and the potential challenges concerning your areas when it comes to water in connection with what you've given this morning. Thank you.
Who do you want, Sir Han, to answer your question? So quick answer to that quick question.
Yes.
Who do you want to ask?
Anyone.
Anyone.
Well, I wanted to avoid the question, but now that you are asked, it's putting me in a very difficult situation. In Timor-Leste, we are in an area where it's considered to be water stressed, and we are very conscious of that. And there has been discussion. My president is very passionate about the issue of water, about water preservation, and on how to develop our infrastructure with conscious of this issue of water distress in Timor-Leste. For instance, we are now in the process of building a girls' residence that would have to be 100% sustainable, and including water recycling system and all of that. And I would like to thank you for bringing up this issue because it keeps us under pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, quick. Okay. Organizer said quick answer.
This water also keeps me up at night because, not that I have to go to the bathroom, but because Thailand and Vietnam are the key producers of rice, and yet it relies on water from upstream, all the way to Laos and China. Yes, and the Mekong. So how the Mekong region addresses their water governance conflicts and issues is something that matters to everyone, even as far as here in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Montesclaros. Quick answer.
I'll be super quick because in health sector, we have a lot of concerns about water itself, but we have even wash program, but I will only pick one thing, which is, do you wash your hand today? Please do.
Thank you. Okay, so we will entertain one more quick question before we wrap up the Q&A portion. I'd like to call one more discussant from the University of San Jose Recoletos, Ms. Danica Suelio.
So, hello and good morning. So, in attaining the SDGs, the youth are important in achieving them. But currently, the youth are facing it hard to be supportive in achieving these goals. For context, as a teacher, majority of my students do not have the sense of urgency in attaining the SDGs because more often than not, they would rather just finish their studies and go live abroad. So how can we make these people, especially the youth, who are plagued with a current difficult economy and a rising number of actual natural hazards, to make them care and take part in attaining these goals? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Danica. Maybe one answer to that because we are running out of time. Then we will proceed to the closing part of the session.
It's a very difficult question, essentially for Timor-Leste, where 60% of the population is under the age of 30. Yes, this is something that is concerns the government, and we work tirelessly on that. But we have financially, we have a special agreement with Australia, where every year they're committed to recruit around 10,000 Timorese semi-skilled and skilled workers and laborers to work in Australia. And that helps to alleviate this pressure on the government and on our society. Thank you.
Actually, this is a very, very important question for youths because, for example, in Myanmar, a lot of young people are leaving the country for obvious reasons. And in Southeast Asia, a lot of young people are trying to leave their region for another obvious reasons, maybe economic and development reasons. But I have to give you, youth, a very, very funny news to you. A lot of European youths, American youths, Australian youths are trying to leave their country and trying to enter Asia. Trust me on that. Because they are also facing uncertainties, rising housing, lack of job opportunities, and they see Asia as a very prospective region for growth. So you actually should not belittle the potential we hold in Asia. Like, you don't know how many digital nomads are moving to Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia. So if we really focus on our regional development, we can rise even higher because we have a lot of natural resources. To be honest, our problem is up there, not down there.
Thank you, thank you. Since we're running out of time and we have to close by 10:50, so I'd like to pose one closing question. And please give your quick answer to this important question. Looking ahead to the post-2030 agenda, if ASEAN were shaping the next agenda of SDGs, what should be done differently to better reflect Southeast Asia's realities and priorities? And I'd like to include our communities.
I would say it people-centered and digitalization. Thank you.
We have to actually rely on ASEAN and have to communicate with each other more and also participate widely, interconnectedness, and no one should be left behind, which we have to keep saying again and again, and also more dialogue, talk, communicate, connect.
I think we need to involve really the business sector as we set these targets. And we also have to set the targets in collaboration with, across different sectors. They have to be coordinated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our distinguished speakers. This has been a very meaningful and engaging session. And yeah, I would like to give the floor to our MC.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Krina. Please, everyone, give a big round of applause, and we invite you for a photo session in the front of the stage, please. Once again, we invite you for a photo session in the front of the stage, and we'll count down for the camera for you. A photo session, please. Yes. All right, in 3, 2, 1. And then the ASEAN way. Right hand over left. Yes. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. And also thank you, Dr. Krina, for moderating the first session, as well as all participants for joining both in person and also online. To claim your e-certificate, a QR code is displayed on the screen. Please make sure to scan the QR code to receive your e-certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now head directly into our second session, titled ASEAN's Digital Economy, How to Make It Work for MSMEs. This session will be moderated by Ms. Dayu Nirma Amruwanti, Senior Fellow of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. For the session panelists, please take your seats on stage. And in the meantime, for the audience, we invite you to watch the following video.
Southeast Asia is stepping into a major digital opportunity. With initiatives like the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement and the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2026-2030, the region is aiming for a more connected, borderless digital economy. And at the center of it all are MSMEs, more than 70 million businesses powering the region, driving growth, creating jobs, and supporting around 85% of total employment. According to the study, Southeast Asia's digital economy is already on track to triple from around $300 billion today to nearly $1 trillion by 2030, driven by the natural adoption of digital technologies. And with the right policies in place, that growth could go even further, unlocking up to $2 trillion in value across the region. But what does it actually look like on the ground? Can MSMEs keep up with the pace of digital transformation? And can this opportunity truly be realized across the region? In our session, ASEAN's Digital Economy, How to Make It Work for MSMEs, we will discuss what it will take to ensure MSMEs are not just included, but empowered to lead in Southeast Asia's digital economy. Join the conversation at the ASEAN Community Town Hall. You can register via aseanforthepeoples.org. Makita tayo doon.
Badayu, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I have a question before we start. How many of you are content creators? By show of hands. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Reels. Yes, we have people at the back. Very good. How many of you have businesses that are on e-commerce? Wow, very interesting. Since a lot of them are university students, here comes the part. Professors, please close your ears. How many of you did your papers with the help of AI? By show of hands. Oh, everyone is shy or afraid. Don't worry, as long as you put your own thoughts, you screen the materials, right? Because AI may hallucinate. Okay. With that backdrop, I guess we have a variety of ICT users among our crowd. Welcome to session 2. It is ASEAN's digital economy, how to make it work for medium, small, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And also, I believe, to our youth who are participants of the session today. We would like to thank our session partners, Go Negocio and University of San Carlos. Any students, faculty members? Yes, thank you. So to introduce the session today, Southeast Asia is stepping into a major digital opportunity. We have a number of documents that is agreed. We have the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DEFA. We have the ASEAN Digital Master Plan. All are agreed, created, formulated to support the growth of MSMEs and also the creation, innovation, and development of digital economy in Southeast Asia. We have excellent speakers with us today. First, please welcome me and please join me in welcoming Dr. Aladdin Rillo, Managing Director for Policy Design and Operations Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Welcome, Doctor. So I guess the question that we have for you is, we have the ASEAN Economic Community and the different documents and master plan that we have agreed. What do you think are the gaps, or what do you think that ASEAN as regional grouping should do in order to materialize the vision?
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning. I never been to a SRO like this, sitting room only.
These are all your fans,
yeah, these are all
Doctor.
yours. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how much you know about ASEAN, but right now in ASEAN, there are two important priorities that the region is trying to achieve by 2045. One is digital transformation, and the other one is MSME development. When you look at these two priorities of ASEAN, the way I see them, I think they are both reinforcing options or priorities, in a sense that digital transformation is useful because it can help expand the scale, scope, and the size of the digital trade, which is very important when we talk about digitalization. At the same time, when we talk about digital trade in the context of SME development, digitalization or digital trade opens or gives some kind of an entry point for SME, for small enterprises to be able to reach out to the global or regional markets. And these two priorities are not exactly new. The region has been trying to address this for so many years. But the way I see these two priorities, I think ASEAN has been trying to come up with a vision. We have the ASEAN Vision 2045 that incorporates how the region is going to address these two important priorities. And in the process of doing that, the region has come up with what they call as a strategic action plan, wherein they develop different strategies on how to promote digitalization. But let me just highlight two important strategic measures that I think are important for the region to promote digital transformation, at the same time to be able to integrate these small enterprises into digital economy. I think the first priority here is the fact that there is really a need for the region to look at how issues related to trade facilitation can be achieved, right? What do we mean by trade facilitation here, and why is it important? Because digital trade is about how you make things move quickly, right, from one point to another. By this trade facilitation, I'm talking about, for example, the digital exchange of information. How do you automate custom processes? These are important because they tend to increase or enhance the efficiency of the markets, right? And at the same time, they will reduce trade costs. Why trade costs are important? Because for small firms, so they really rely, they want to make sure that to be able to compete, right, in a digital world, they have to make sure that the trade costs are coming down so that they will be able to survive. And I think one idea of this trade facilitation is also the importance of what I call connectivity. We need to make sure that there are enough infrastructure, digital infrastructure, to enable these small enterprises to thrive, okay, in the digital economy. At the same time, they have to make sure that issues related to customs and logistics are also being addressed. Because at the end of the day, without these two important issues or priorities on trade facilitation, then small enterprises will not be able to compete effectively in the market, particularly for small enterprises like SMEs. Another important gap here or factor that I think is critical for small enterprises to be able to be successfully being integrated into the digital economy is the need to address the complexity of regulations and compliance issues. If you look at the small enterprises, they face a lot of obstacles and barriers, right? Because, for example, if you are small enterprises, you have to make sure that you are able to address issues related to data localization, for example, okay? Because in a digital economy, the data flows are very important. They also have to deal with issues related to cybersecurity, okay? Issues related to consumer protection. These are issues that small firms have to deal with in the digital economy. Therefore, what the region can do now, or what ASEAN can do, is to be able to develop or formulate the right policies, okay, or the right rules that would make these small enterprises thrive in the digital economy. I'm thinking here, for example, as mentioned by Ms. Dayu here, I don't know how many of you have heard about the Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DEFA. That is one of the most exciting developments that will happen this year. The Philippines is going to sign the agreement by the end of the year. And DEFA is definitely a game changer because it sets the rules that would guide how the digital economy across ASEAN is going to be formulated. So we're going to set rules related to cybersecurity, to data governance, to digital trade, consumer protection, and even emerging technologies like AI. So these are important issues that any digital economy should be able to focus on. I think we all know that digitalization is important, right? Because it generates a lot of externalities, a lot of benefits to small enterprises. But for me, I think the beauty of digitalization is not only about adoption of the technologies. We have to make sure that the small enterprises are able to scale up, right? They should be able to move from one point to another, not just adapt the technologies. So the question now is, how do small enterprises do that, you know? How can they ensure themselves that can scale up, okay, in the adoption of these technologies? Again, there are four things that I think need to be prioritized. One is infrastructure. Connectivity is it's very important here. Without the proper infrastructure, I don't think small enterprises will be able to take advantage of the benefits of digitalization. The second one is the one I mentioned. It's about trade facilitation. We have to make sure that the small enterprises are able to take benefit of the automation in customs to be able to achieve more efficiency in their operations. Thirdly, I think there is also a need to look at issues related to cross-data flows, right? Because the interoperability, if you talk about digital economy, we're talking about interoperability, right? To what extent small enterprises are able to operate across markets and across platforms. Therefore, the issue of data is very critical here. Finally, the issue of capabilities of SMEs, right? We have to make sure that, that small enterprises are not only confined to using basic digital tools like messaging or so forth, but at the end of the day, if they want to move up, okay, with other markets in the region and in the world, then they should be able to be equipped with more advanced technologies like digital payments, okay, digital platform integration, and even data analytics. These are very critical for them to be able to scale up and take advantage of the benefits of this digital transformation. And these are the gaps that I think need to be effectively addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Aladen Rillo. I would like to pick up on that as well, the need to develop infrastructure, because some of ASEAN citizens are without power, you know, let alone internet connectivity. It's food for thought. And for us who have internet connectivity, there are skills gaps. So a digital divide is indeed real in ASEAN. I would like now to move on to Dr. Jayant Menon, Senior Fellow of ISEA's Yusof Ishak Institute, Singapore, and former lead economist at Asian Development Bank. So the question for you, Dr. J, is ASEAN economies are primarily, the economic growth are primarily driven by consumption. With the help of digital economy, how do you think we should move towards value creation, especially with the help of MSMEs?
Thank you, Dayu, and good morning, everyone. It's so nice to be back in Cebu again. The last time I was here was exactly 10 years ago, also for an ASEAN meeting. So hopefully it won't be another 10 years before I come back. But yeah, so I think this is a very important issue. I think Al has already touched on a lot of the factors that go into this issue as well. Let me then try to add something that's already been said by looking at it from a sectoral point of view. So if you think about the economy as being divided into three broad sectors, agriculture, manufacturing or industry, and services, then let's see how each one of those sectors where MSMEs operate, how they can actually play a role in this shift from purely consumption-led to more production-led growth. Nothing really wrong with consumption-led growth, but we do need to think about a better balance, I think. You know, China is trying to go the other way, right? There's too much investment-led growth. They want to rebalance towards consumption. But I think in this region, Philippines and a number of other countries, perhaps there's a need to shift from consumption to more investment and also, if you like, value creation type of growth. So starting with agriculture, right? Many countries in ASEAN are still reliant on the agricultural sector for their growth, even more so for employment. You know, especially the LDCs, the least developed countries, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Timor-Leste, but also Philippines. We have a thriving agricultural sector. And of course, in every country except perhaps, you know, Brunei and Singapore, agriculture plays a role. And here, I think there's a need to improve productivity in both produce, the raw materials from agriculture, and also to try and encourage greater agro-processing, right? If you're looking at produce, you know, rice is a major export and import commodity in the region. In fact, can you guess which is the world's largest rice importer?
Can anyone guess?
Used to be China. Thailand's actually the largest exporter now. Philippines. You know, Filipinos love their rice. No rice, no life. Yeah.
No rice, no
Thailand.
life.
Yes. So they're also a large producer of rice, but they need to produce even more. They're the world's largest importer. So there's clearly a role for improving productivity. And also, you know, we can see the challenges the sector faces. Climate change has been a major factor. And then you've got shocks like the current fuel crisis affecting fertilizer, not just prices of fertilizer, but quantities of fertilizer. You know, clearly there are challenges to be overcome, but this is where I think there is still opportunities. We cannot forget agriculture. Agriculture has been shrinking as a share of GDP, but I think we need diversification within the agricultural sector, you know, moving into greater value addition through processing. When I first visited Cambodia many years ago, paddy rice was actually exported to Vietnam and then re-imported after milling. That no longer happens, thank God, right? They do their own milling now, and that's just at the bottom of the processing scale, but you can do a lot more value addition with agricultural products. Okay, let me move on next to manufacturing or industry. As you know, global supply chains are the backbone of the manufacturing sector in ASEAN. And all countries are now involved at different stages of that manufacturing supply chain, some at the lower end, some in the middle, some towards the upper end. And there's movement all the time within supply chains within each country. But supply chains themselves are shifting because of all the geopolitical shocks, you know, emanating mainly from the White House, but also there's other things that are affecting location of supply chains as the international environment shifts and as domestic factors change, as technologies change, as wages and the cost of capital changes. So this is a forever changing environment, and there's a lot of opportunities for SMEs to supply the multinationals that initially locate and produce within those global supply chains. So it's both, you know, at the SME level and also attracting and keeping multinationals that are, you know, the holders of the key technologies. Global supply chain production is also highly inclusive, right? You find that, in many countries, a lot of the successes in poverty reduction has come through greater participation in manufacturing supply chains. Even Malaysia, where I'm from, if you go back 4 or 5 decades, poverty was still quite high, but the participation in manufacturing supply chains allowed, dual income households, as women entered the labor force and brought poverty down. In the Philippines as well, there's a lot of assembly activities in manufacturing electronics that actually create quite good jobs. And of course, I don't have to tell you about the BPOs and the other service-related sectors, which are also part of the supply chain. And let me now move on to the third sector, which is services, since my time is running out. I notice you gave Al more time than me, but...
It's the screen.
It's the screen. Okay, who's controlling the screen? Another Filipino, I'm sure. That's why, yeah. No, I'm only kidding. But very quickly on services, we know about BPOs. I won't go into that. You all are very familiar. And these are good jobs. There need to be more jobs. But also tourism, right? Tourism, all kinds of tourism, leisure tourism, medical tourism, educational tourism. This is a huge growth area. In fact, services is the fastest growing export globally and regionally. So there are some barriers to be overcome, but MSMEs are actively involved in the services sector. And I think there are certainly opportunities there, and opportunities that are, again, quite inclusive. You can see how tourism, if this fuel crisis leads to a significant tourism slowdown, all kinds of small-scale firms and workers, vulnerable workers will be affected. These are artisans, these are people, who sell noodles on the street side, transport providers. They are all going to be affected if tourism slows down, if this jet fuel crisis continues. So I think to sum up then, the opportunities exist in all three sectors. SMSEs play a role in all three sectors, and I think there are different ways in which we can try to shift from consumption to production and value creation, but all three sectors will need to play a complementary role. So let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. A round of applause for Dr. J. Menon. If you notice, he stayed 1 minute for the past 3 minutes. So now let me welcome Rifki Weno, Executive Director of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and PGR Foundation Fellow. I guess Dr. Aladdin said that the DEFA, or the ASEAN Digital Economic Framework Agreement, is exciting, but how do you think needs to be done, or what are the things that governments need to deliver for the private sector and for business to thrive in the region? So over to you.
Thanks for the question, Ibu Dayu. Earlier this year, the ASEAN BAC had conducted a survey with CSIS as well as JETRO, Jakarta. I think we surveyed around 400 firms across the region, MSMEs, large enterprises, manufacturing, services industries, service providers, to understand exactly what businesses are experiencing on the ground and what do they expect out of DEFA. So first and most urgently, I think that the result is that they want DEFA to lower the barriers for MSMEs. So when we asked the respondents, 59% of the respondents, which is a single largest response, said that they want DEFA to lower barriers to entry for SMEs. And it is not to understand why, because our data shows that while 72% of MSMEs plan to expand their businesses in the next 1 to 2 years, they are doing it in the digital environment, which remains deeply fragmented. I think digital transformation adoption among MSMEs is still low, not because they have the lack of ambition, but because the ecosystem has not been built for them. Budget and cost constraints, lack of know-how, and uncertain returns on investments are the top barriers they face. This is from our surveys. So DEFA must be the architecture that changes this structural reality. Then second is that 54% of the surveyed firms want DEFA to harmonize diverse regulations across ASEAN. This is not a bureaucratic ask. I think this is a survival ask for our MSMEs. So unlike large firms who have dedicated legal and compliance teams, an MSMEs in, for example, in Cebu, simply cannot afford to navigate 10 different data regulations in ASEAN, or 10 different digital certification frameworks, or 10 different licensing requirements, right? So every additional layer of regulatory complexity is a de facto barrier to our MSMEs. So the parallel here is instructive. So our survey also found that 40% of firms that are not utilizing ASEAN FTAs and the RCEPs say they simply do not know where to start. So if we build our DEFA agreement with the same complexity, I think we will replicate the same mistakes. The third one is that 48% of respondents, they want enhanced data security, and 40% of them specifically want prevention of data leakage and breaches. So for our MSMEs that is entering digital cross-border data and trade for the first time, trust will be the foundation. So they cannot participate in a digital single market if they cannot trust that their commercial data, their customer data, and their financial transactions are protected by consistent and enforceable standards. This directly connects to the work in DEFA. I think it's under chapter 5, where digital identity and cross-border trust interoperability. So because without that foundation, I think digital trade remains something that happens to MSMEs and not something they actively participate in. Then the fourth one is that 47 of firms want simplification of cross-border tariffs. Our survey also flagged that 71% of manufacturing firms see tariff as their top market challenge, and 92% cite non-tariff barriers. So what Mr. Aladdin mentioned before, DEFA needs to have this digital trade facilitation provisions that must actively reduce the friction at the border. Digital customs, paperless trade, and real-time payment connectivity under frameworks like the QR codes and QR code interoperability in ASEAN will be the front and center of this agreement. I think to close, I think ASEAN firms, and especially its SMEs, are ready to grow. 70% of them plan to expand. 48% of them expect profit to increase. So we see the ambition is there, but what is missing is this infrastructure, the trust framework, and the on-ramp. So DEFA will be the infrastructure, but only if it is built with MSMEs in mind from the design stage. So ASEAN BAC will continue to advocate this for our MSMEs and for our youth so that DEFA can be very beneficial for our people in ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we need to get used to acronyms, yeah, in ASEAN. So those who can explain what DEFA stands for gets free lunch. So everyone. So next, I would like to go to Anthony Patrick Chua, Executive Director, Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, Go Negosyo, also Executive Director for ASEAN Business Advisory Council in the Philippines. So we have heard that there's so much potential, yeah, in the digital economy and in the region, and so much or so little of that actually we have tapped into, let alone the proportion of MSMEs who can benefit from digital economy. So what do you think lies ahead, and how can we do better for the MSMEs in the region?
For those who have not yet visited our booth, we have an activation there. Um, I want to promote first our activity tomorrow at SMC side. It's called Trabajo at Negosyo. What we do there is we convene a pool of mentors. These are small, medium, micro entrepreneurs who devote their time for free to mentor aspiring and upcoming entrepreneurs like themselves. We also get students who come and visit. No? We do this on a Saturday. That model is a collaboration of public-private. By public, we have DTI, we have government agencies, and for the private sector, of course, us in Go Negosyo. The other is the contribution of the mall. That's why we do it in the mall. Well, Philippines have a vibrant mall culture, but also that's the mall owners give their mall space, their activity center for free. On one Saturday, we cater to about 400, 500 mentees. So from morning, even before the mall actually starts, up to the afternoon. Now, for this ASEAN hosting, what we did by the way, we are tying our Go Negosyo and our ASEAN activities because we feel that there's so much to contribute to awareness raising so that the people will not just think of ASEAN as a traffic causing event or perhaps a holiday, or you may notice that going here there are lockdowns in the streets, and for ordinary citizens usually that's how they perceive APEC, ASEAN, or these international activities or events are. So for what we're doing, Trabajo at Negosyo now, aside from mentorship, we fuse it with job fairs. So, and this is our contribution and our way to promote and tell our communities, our constituents that the ASEAN and the Philippine business, the Philippine government has much to offer. Stepping back, for Go Negosyo, for Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, now in our 21st year, so we work on 3M framework. We believe that micro, small, medium enterprises, micro foremost, would need these 3Ms. First, access to money, funding, to capital. That's the what always comes out of mind, top of mind even for those who want to start business. The other is access to market. So that's the second M. I share your notice of the time though. So the second M is market. So you have the product, you have the service, you need the market to tap. For ASEAN, and I hope our micro, small entrepreneurs, our youth, would see ASEAN as an opportunity, as a market of 700 million people, of 11 countries, of $4 trillion economy, the fifth largest economy in the world, poised to become the fourth. So let's not just think of our niche. Of course, we start small, but we must grow. And lastly, the third M is mentorship. By mentorship, sometimes me, for example, I also have that experience. I got the money, I was so itching how to spend, where to spend, how to start. I didn't tell my parents. My parents, by the way, my dad is Chinese, my mom is Bisaya. So one branch would say, you study hard, after you do business. The native side would say, you study hard, after you find a job. So sometimes it's clashing, but actually, our founder, Mr. Joey Concepcion, would say, it doesn't have to be that the choice of those two. We have students who are already venturing into business, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that stimulates your foresight, your strategy. So again, those three M's, money, market, and mentorship, we believe are key. And so governments, private sector must work together so that MSMEs would have greater access to all of this. With respect to digitalization, that's the mentorship side, the finance side, the market side should be more an enabler to all of this. Plus, we have skills development and capacity building. As I've said, micro should become small, small should become medium. So all of this should work together, not in silo, not as an isolated feature, but collectively. And again, please drop by tomorrow at SMC side to experience that mentorship and job fair all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So don't forget to visit tomorrow. There's a job fair, there's mentorship available, and hopefully that will inspire you. So we'll have our discussants. First, I would like to invite from the Create Foundation, Glitter Moreno. Please come to the microphone for your question. Oh, here she is. Or the microphone will come to you.
Good morning. So I represent a nonprofit organization. We're called Create Foundation, and we work for digital inclusion in the country. We attempt to solve at least 3 areas of exclusion: low computer ownership, internet poverty, and digital literacy. So as per the Internet Poverty Index in 2025, 16% of Filipinos are internet poor. This is 18.7 million of Filipinos who cannot afford to buy even just 1 GB of data per month, the cheapest of which is 10 pesos. And according to the ICT, the top 2 reasons why Filipinos are not online are because of the high internet cost and the high equipment cost. My question is to Dr. Rilio. As an ASEAN, the ASEAN as a confluence, how can you help solve the internet poverty and push for computer ownership in the region, particularly in lowering costs, internet and equipment costs? Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite also discussants from University of San Carlos. We have Kay Conales, we have Estine Breacal Reina, and we have Mitchell Claire Chan. Please come to the microphone. A round of applause for our students. And please ask them tough questions. No?
Yeah, it would be an honor to ask tough questions. But good morning. I have 2 questions, if that's okay, just within 1 minute. My first question is, how can ASEAN ensure that the digital transformation that we're talking about equally benefits rural and peripheral communities? I think much of the discussion is on capacitation, infrastructure, but not a lot of the conversation went about the case of rural communities. So how can we address that? And the second question is, How do we balance digital transformation and the need for data protection privacy, or the privacy of persons, especially with a lot of threats currently in the region, especially in the Philippines? We have had efforts for SIM registration, things like this, but online scams and other digital challenges have in fact quadrupled despite these efforts. So those are the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good
Okay.
morning, everyone. I am Yestin Reyna from the University of San Carlos. I'd like to address this question specifically to Dr. Rillo. Studies by different research groups have indicated that SME performance monitoring and policy evaluation continues to be a challenge for some ASEAN member states. This could hinder them from creating SME-friendly policies and truly enjoying the benefits of the proposed Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DEFA, as you discussed earlier. In your opinion, what good practices can the ASEAN member states adapt to resolve this issue moving forward, especially with the coming Digital Economy Framework Agreement?
Okay, good morning, everyone, our esteemed panel. I am Mitzel Claire Chan, an international relations student from the University of San Carlos. So my question is, the gig economy, also known as the informal economy, is one of the fastest growing economic sectors in ASEAN. More so, women have largely made up most of this economic sector as it allows them to balance work hours and unpaid care work. Despite this, hello? Okay. Despite this, there are limited regional actions or frame.
That's not sabotage. Please continue.
Hello, oh, my apologies. So again, despite this, there are limited regional actions or frameworks to legally define and integrate gig workers into the larger MSME framework. What steps should ASEAN take towards addressing the gig economy, and how can women especially be uplifted and protected? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question. Now I would like to invite representative from Go Negosyo to come forward with a question or comment. Okay. Okay. Then we have two questions for Dr. Aladdin Rillo. One is, how do you think ASEAN should address the issue of internet poverty and also ownership of infrastructure, the hardwares? And we also have a question on how should ASEAN share good practices or have more policies that are MSMEs friendly?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think let me first answer the question on internet poverty, right? And I think this is related to the issue of digital divide. And for me, when we talk about internet poverty or digital divide, as I mentioned earlier, it's not only about access, right? We have to make sure that any country, whether the Philippines or other ASEAN countries, are able to look at the entire competitiveness of the digital economy ecosystem, right? By competitiveness, I'm looking at what are the different elements within the digital ecosystem that need to be addressed. It can be something on infrastructure, which is also one of the questions. It can be on skills, it can be on finance, it can be investment. Therefore, when you try to look at issues related to digital divide, then you have to look at it in total, right? Not only the ability of firms to access, or to be able to adapt the different technologies, but to what extent the different elements of the ecosystem are there to make sure that the economy becomes a competitive one, and so that everybody will also be able to take advantage, right, of that. The issue on digital literacy has been, I think, an issue that has been there for a long time. And it's unfortunate that not all ASEAN countries are able to recognize the importance of digital literacy. I think for me, only the most advanced ASEAN countries like Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia are able to really introduce specific programs on how to address this issue on digital literacy. But there's still a lot internet connectivity. The challenge now for DEPA is how to bridge that gap, right? To make sure that the policies are there so that the different critical elements of the ecosystem are being addressed. Because the ecosystem is very complex, right? We're talking about digital trade, infrastructure, digital payments, rules and regulations, competition policy, and so forth. So if we don't have the right rules in place, then all these aspects of the digital economy are not going to work. That is why also my institute, for example, we also came up with this report, the SME Policy Index. We tried to analyze how ASEAN countries are able to formulate the right policies to address the different gaps in the digital ecosystem and the digital economy. And I think the results suggest that there's still a lot of uneven, results, right? I think the level of development across different ASEAN countries is still very much evident. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now go to Pa Rifki on the question of balance between transformation and privacy and security, since also that was part of your remarks.
Yeah, I think DEFA will most certainly cover that balance. So DEFA will certainly enhance innovations and also protect cross-border data flows. But also in that agreement, it will also have some public policy objectives that needs to be maintained and secured. So ASEAN has that priority on how do we protect all of this data security. But I think the private sector will also play a certain role, a very good role in here in complementing what the government did. I think we also develop a lot of portals. I think Patrick have their in the Philippines have what it called AMEN. It is ASEAN Mentorship for Entrepreneurs Network, which is a network of mentors in ASEAN, which also can have some capacity building for MSMEs who needs their data secured and how to treat the cybersecurity and scams. And ASEAN also have a lot of other platforms to help MSMEs. For example, we have ASEAN SME Academy, we have ASEAN Access, who can help ASEAN MSMEs go to market abroad and also build their capacities on how do they protect their data and how to make sure that data is sovereign in their own space.
Thank you. I will now go to Dr. J on the question of has the regional growth strategy, have we actually left rural and peripheral communities behind, and basically like what do we do about that, especially in relation to technology?
Right. Okay. Wow, that's not an easy question, but let me try and see if I can say something sensible. I think this is a increasingly important and difficult challenge facing this whole technological revolution. I think there are aspects of the digital economy and digital revolution that are inclusive, that can bring in people into the formal economy when they were left out before. The obvious examples are things like, the unbanked, which is still a high share, even in the Philippines. Yeah, and of course in the LDCs that I mentioned earlier. So bringing them in through digital wallets, GCash now allows people almost anywhere with a smartphone to be able to access financial services of one form or the other, and even obtain loans and so on. So banking is reaching out to a lot of rural communities and helping them participate in the formal economy. But I think the biggest legacy of AI will be a rise in all forms of inequality, whatever we do. The only thing we can do is limit that rise. I am not terribly concerned about the doomsday scenario as much as I am about the rising gaps within and between countries that AI will generate. And I think policies, as Al said, is the only weapon we have to try and guard against the worst effects of these types of shocks, right? That's what it is, it's technological shock, but one that is certainly labor destroying. AI will be net labor destroying. I think the digital economy might be net labor creating, but the AI element will not be net job creating. The question is how much of that will be offset by the other changes happening in the broader digital revolution. The digital revolution is much broader than just AI. And we hope that the job creating opportunities of digitalization will more than offset the job destroying effects of AI. But having the right policies in place that protect the vulnerable, including people that are in the gig economy, as another question was raised, I think that's where we need to focus. Yeah, and that will have to happen mostly at the national level. I think the regional can complement, but these are essentially national imperatives. It'd be great to have global rules, but I think at the end of the day, it'll be the burden will lie on national governments.
Thank you. And last but not least, Patrick, the growing gig economy and also participation of women in this gig economy, how do we make sure that they're included?
To respond to that, I also want to put another layer to the approach in terms of, Giant mentioned the sectoral approach. I think as our policies, we often lump MSMEs together, but in terms of capacity, in terms of understanding and reception to digital and all, the micro, which basically comprise the bulk of our enterprises, would have a different needs, different appreciation. And so while we have offered so many platforms, so many applications, at face value, a micro would, shut down, shut off, zone out as, perhaps a senior, you're teaching my parent how to use TikTok or so, would automatically say, it's not for me. So we may have to segmentize the approach, including the policy for our micro entrepreneurs and with our SMEs. In the same way as how we approach the inclusion part of the inclusion aspect of this approach. Of course, women have their also sensitivities in terms of also in as a culture, we in our mentoring, we have a lot of women. I would say about 70-60% are women, and these women are the ones taking care of the household, those who are managing the family. So we have to have that targeted, intentional approach if we want to make it more inclusive in the same way as how we would approach, for example, our IP communities, our senior citizens, much more so our youth. So I guess in gist, we have to kind of recalibrate as well how we approach, how we formulate the policies, knowing that the stakeholders, the whole spectrum has different sensitivities, different capacities in absorbing the digital economy and opportunity that we are offering.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists today. I will try to summarize the key points in our discussion, I think digital divide is still a very serious issue, not only across all ASEAN member states, but also internally within our countries. We also have a huge and significant potential from the digital economy, but to tap into that, to make sure that micro, small, and medium enterprises can benefit from that, there needs to be investments in infrastructure. There needs to be the 3 M's, as Patrick mentioned. We need to facilitate access to money market and perhaps mentorship. It is important to also aspire and make sure that they have the capacity. And in terms of policies, they need to be harmonized, they need to be streamlined, they need to be able to facilitate trade, cross-border trade. They need to be calibrated to the different needs of the different businesses, different groups in the economy, and there should be a balance between driving innovation and the rights to privacy and also security. With that, thank you very much for your participation and for tuning in, and I'll give the floor back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbak Dayu. Now we would like to invite all the panelists for a photo session on the stage. We ask the cameraman to get ready. Please, to the center of the stage. And we'll take one first. In 3, 2, 1. And also one more with the ASEAN way. So right hand over left. Yes. In 3, 2, 1. Let's give a big round of applause for today's panelists. Thank you, Mbak Dayu, for moderating the second session, and also to all discussants and delegates. Once again, to all of the audience, to claim your e-certificate for this session, please make sure to scan the QR code displayed on the screen or access the link displayed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a well-deserved break. For public participants, we have provided lunch boxes outside the ballroom. Once again, for public participants, we have provided lunch boxes outside the ballroom. Please exit in an orderly line, one by one, through the door at the far back. Once again, please make an orderly line in the far back to receive the lunch boxes at the registration table. For our speakers, delegates, and fellows, we will have a private lunch in the Portofino meeting room. Our FPCI team will escort you to the room. So please enjoy your lunch, and we aim to start the session punctually, and please be back before 1:15 p.m. to start the next session on time. Thank you, and we look forward to reconvening soon. Have a nice lunch. A reminder to please be mindful of your belongings and carry all bags with you when exiting the ballroom. Once again, please carry all bags with you before exiting the ballroom. Please also maintain cleanliness and dispose of garbage in the garbage bins provided. And please also return any plates and cups outside to the hotel staff. Again, enjoy your lunch, and please reconvene at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
two, 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 one, two, one, check, test, 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 testing he, check he, test he, check, one, two, two, one, two, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, 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 one, two, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, check, one, two, two, one, two, one, two. Two, one, two. Sound check. One, two, two.
Check, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can we try to close the music, Hector? Okay, check one, final check for the microphone. 1, 2, check, check. Is it coming? Check. Okay. Music again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session will be starting soon, so we invite everyone who is still outside the ballroom to please enter and take your seats, as the next session will start momentarily. Once again, for those who are still outside, we invite you to kindly enter the ballroom and take your seats, as the next session will be starting shortly. Thank you.
as the only regional organization that is part of the Southeast Asia people in advancing these to strengthen long-term energy security and a more resilient transition.
Yeah, thank you, Kiara. And magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, when President Marcos Jr. opened the official and informal ASEAN convening here in Cebu, one of the things that he mentioned, and you can check his speech, he mentioned it. We triple checked before I share it to you as well. He specifically mentioned the role of renewable energy and sustainable development and whole of government approach in ensuring that the Philippines and ASEAN would come out of this crisis that in no way were part of or in terms of getting started. That we come out of this crisis stronger and more resilient. I know that for a very, very long time, we've had a lot of pronouncements. We had a lot of big words that looks really good in t-shirts and tote bags, but does not really translate into actual implementation. For this ASEAN chairship here in the Philippines, including the active civil society environment in the Philippines, and the strong academic sort of gravitation, particularly by young professionals and students, in further understanding international policy, including the ASEAN. I think we are at a juncture wherein we can proudly say that we have the opportunity to no longer discuss ASEAN in a vacuum, in a silo, that we are at a situation wherein we don't have to discuss energy as if energy is just for technical people, engineers, and RE developers. I think we are at a high time wherein we can discuss everything using the framing which we think in ICSC, and I believe most of us here would agree to, the framing that everything we do should first matter to the people on the ground, to people. It's crucial that whatever we do in the ASEAN, within the regional platform and within the country as well, it should be about the people. Because I don't think anyone, any farmer would wake up in the morning and think about what can I do to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of the world. I think farmers would wake up thinking about how much do I have to pay in terms of my farming inputs, how much yield can I get afterwards. And most of the time, renewable energy can support farmers in terms of post-processing, in terms of providing solar-powered irrigation, among many other things, and we've been seeing this across the region. And it's high time that the policy would also match the expectations and the needs of the people. And we can only do that through a no-regrets approach. We're talking about energy insecurity in the region. Yes, we do have stopgap measures, short-term solutions, but for that to matter in the long run, we should realize that we do not have to trade off development for conservation, for example. That we do not have to trade off development, increasing our country's economic resilience by leaving a huge part of our population because they are not able to upskill and retrain themselves. I think the ASEAN is a very good platform, and I would end here. I think the ASEAN is a really good platform, particularly under this chairship, to reframe the discussions, may it be energy, may it be conservation, food security, among many other things, back to the people, back to ordinary Filipinos, same way, populations across the jurisdiction of the ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Kairos, for that. So every policy that are made or formulated in ASEAN should, again, prioritize the people themselves. And I would like to now move to Leo here. A question for you, Leo. So, when we're talking about energy, one of the bigger highlights, as already shown in the video, in the scene-setting video, and you also briefly mentioned, Kairos, earlier, is the vulnerability of the current global energy system that we all live in, right? And these recent crises, including the Strait of Hormuz crisis, exposed that vulnerability and to not only the region where it is currently ongoing crisis, but also even to our region, right? With many fuel prices going out, even in the Philippines. So I think on that end, and many countries are responding that with various solutions that prioritize managing the supply or the shock in the short term. But perhaps I would like to ask you, what are the other alternative solutions that could also look at it from a longer term perspective for the region's resilience?
Hi everyone. A real pleasure to be with you, and I'm sorry I just arrived this morning, but I love the energy here, the vibrancy, and what you're doing here by creating a space for bringing ASEAN to the people. And I think what better way to do that than to bring the issues that people care about to them in a way that is relevant and relatable, and that can engage the energy in this room and send it into the ASEAN space. So I'm very appreciative of what you're doing here, Dino, and the FPCI, and grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm actually running an initiative which has a very similar energy. It's called the Bangkok Climate Action Week, and it's also about engaging whole of society in the green transition in the region. Before I forget the question, so about the response of the ASEAN response, right? So when I think about ASEAN, I think it often gets referred to in different ways. There's ASEAN, the region. There's also ASEAN, the project, of regional integration, regional cooperation, and ASEAN, the organization, which I know less about, so I'm not going to really focus on that. But if you look at what's been happening in ASEAN in response to the crisis, I think so. The ASEAN as a region, what has happened, I think, is very predictable, very understandable, very reactive. When there's a huge disruption that happens, you kind of scramble to stabilize the ship, right? You don't want to get capsized, and that's kind of been. I'd say there are two kind of realities. One reality is the countries that have already been doubling down on the green energy transition, countries like Pakistan, well, they're not in ASEAN, I'm sorry, but in the broader Asian region, India, if you look at India, if you look at China, these are countries that are weathering the storm pretty well. And if you look, for example, in India, the growth in solar more than outpaced the shock to the fossil fuel economy, right? So what we're seeing on the other hand, and this is the reality for most ASEAN countries, acute vulnerability, acute, strong structural dependency, ongoing dependency to fossil fuels. And what has that done for us? We are in a situation of extreme acute vulnerability. And so the response to that, ad hoc responses, are in the direction of building the electro-economy that awaits, right? So it's doing the things that the countries such as Pakistan and India and China have been doing, making big pledges, big commitments, the 100 gigawatt in Indonesia. Thailand has also finally reconsidering its strategy of reliance on gas. All around the region, we see big announcements being made in the direction of electrifying and decarbonizing energy systems, not because of concern about climate or the environment, but because of concern for security. And so what this crisis has done is what we as a community should have been doing all along, which is take energy out of the energy box and put it in a whole of society box. Because the energy transition is not just about decisions that get taken in energy ministries. It's about what kind of transportation systems do we want? What kind of infrastructure do we want? What kind of cities do we want to build? What kind of food do we want to grow? We've seen the very close interdependencies between the fossil fuels and our food systems, right? So what this crisis is showing us, it's a wake-up call to say that this energy transition is much bigger than an energy issue. It's about what kind of future do we want? What kind of development choices do we want to make? Do we want to be in dependency to a source of fuel that is beyond our control, when we have the option to create cheaper, safer, more affordable energy right at home. And part of the reactivity is predictable, but also insufficient and unsatisfying, because we hear a lot about the poly crisis, the convergence of the trade wars, the climate disasters, democratic regression, whatever you want to, there's so much happening in the world that's converging and compounding in the way of crisis. But what we miss in this narrative of the poly crisis is the opportunity that's pregnant in this moment, right? The framing of the poly crisis holds within it an implicit commitment to stabilizing or salvaging the status quo ante, whereas the opportunity of this moment, the invitation of this moment, is for us to double down, to seize this once-in-a-generation opportunity to find a path forward to the greener future, which, by the way, will give us more security, more energy security, more livelihood security, and a cleaner environment. And I want to pivot to my second definition of ASEAN, which is ASEAN as a project or the forum, because I think that is how we will get, as a region, as ASEAN as a region, how we will achieve the vision of a green transition, because this is fundamentally a collaborative vision. And it doesn't make sense to think about the energy transition in isolation from each other. We have so many assets in common. And together as a force, this is what ASEAN, the promise of ASEAN, is building an economy, electro-economy based on solidarity across the region, that we bring our assets together, we bring our dreams together, and we build a regional electro-economy that can withstand the kinds of shocks that we saw with the Strait of Hormuz, and there will be many more such shocks, right? So I know it's a scary moment, it's a very harrowing moment. The world is being turned upside down, but let's not miss this opportunity by just reacting to the problems. I think the moment now is for building a better path forward, and ASEAN is going to come into its own and into its importance if it succeeds in this mission.
Thank you, Leo. So you said, you highlighted that let's not focus only on reacting to the current crisis that we have at hand, but really to create a long-term strategy. And you mentioned about how some countries that are already moving to be electric states, right, with all their homegrown renewables, like India, the India example, also can withstand the shocks from the current crisis. I think that's a really good point. And now I would like to also move now to Teresa. I think on that end, when we're talking about energy security or transitioning away from a fossil-based system, the big question now is on the money, right? Everyone is always saying that, okay, but it's gonna be very expensive for us. It's gonna turn the system upside down. Well, how do you see the major gaps and opportunities on that end, on the financing side? How can we actually be able to transition and implement everything? Kairos also mentioned that the problem now is the implementation, right? We cannot implement anything if it's not being financed or supported in terms of the resources. What's your take on that, Beth?
Thank you, Kiara. Before I talk about money, mabuhay. I lead climate policy initiative in Indonesia. I'm based in Jakarta, and climate policy initiative is a think tank that focuses on climate financing, which is why everyone always asks me about the money. Where is the money specifically? That's the question. So I get this question a lot, and after several years of working on this issue, I actually don't think money is the problem. I don't think finance is the problem. And I'll give you some numbers to prove that. What we call climate finance, which is all the flows of finance in the world that goes into actions to mitigate climate change or adapt to climate change, is increasing. every single year. And 50% of that goes to Southeast Asia. 50% of global climate finance goes to Southeast Asia. 2023 alone, climate finance into Southeast Asia increased by 70% year on year, both from public and private finance sources. And you have to remember, this is a continuing trend. Despite Trump pulling out of the climate change treaty, they never funded that much anyways. This is despite, and you might have heard multiple banks scaling back on their net zero pledges, their net zero commitments. Yes, they scaled back on the commitments, but look at their portfolios, they're still investing in clean energy simply because it's profitable for them to invest in those. So, I mean, I acknowledge that there is definitely an investment gap and the current flows of finance is not enough. But the money is out there, right? The money is looking for a place to go. So finance needs to increase and finance needs to find its home in our home in Southeast Asia. And nothing accelerates finance more than demand for it, right? And so this region needs to really consistently show demand for that finance, and I think needs to show it in at least 3 areas. Number 1, renewable energy deployment. Number 2, transmission infrastructure. And number 3, fossil fuel retirement. So on the first area, which is renewable energy deployment, there's no question. There's a strong business case for it. It is now being propelled forward actually due to the crisis, even more because of the crisis at the Strait of Hormuz, where investors realize that investing in renewable energy portfolios is investing in a less volatile asset rather than investing in fossil fuels, which you can't control the prices of fossil fuels because geopolitics controls the price of fossil fuels. So the cost of the technology itself has fallen. It consistently falls. It doesn't go up and down like coal, oil, and gas. The technology has become more efficient. The resources for renewable energy, solar, wind, across Southeast Asia is distributed relatively equally. We all enjoy sun. We all have wind. So the business case is strong, but of course what we need, there are challenges. There's still a non-level playing field in jurisdictions where coal or oil is subsidized. And so you might find coal or oil is still cheaper than renewable energy in some jurisdictions, including mine in Indonesia. There's a skills shortage of expertise in renewable energy, technicians, engineers in renewable energy, and our industrial supply chain domestically has not kept up with the demand for renewables. So ASEAN can foster a collaboration that addresses the challenges specifically, can foster peer learning across these different jurisdictions and collaborate on an industrial supply chain. And maybe talk about a regional carbon tax to level the playing field. I'd like to explain a little bit about transmission infrastructure because this is key. I've just wrote an article on the Horizons Journal called "Flexibility is the New Reliability." Okay, because what a new upgraded transmission does is that it gives flexibility, meaning that we can source power from different sources of renewable energy and use them flexibly because the transmission is a new kind of smart, upgraded transmission. And that gives us more reliable power sources. So it's very important to support the ASEAN Power Grid project because that will interconnect all of the regions and provide us with more efficient infrastructure. Lastly, fossil fuel retirement is the key signal to say that we're consistently focusing on renewables and not on its direct competitor, right, which is fossil fuels. And it avoids the potential for stranded assets in the future. is actually quite urgent right now because we are feeling the effects of being dependent on fossil fuels. And ASEAN could have a strong stance against foreign fossil fuel reliance. Just one more note before I end is that I understand as an Indonesian that coal is abundant and is available domestically. However, coal prices are as volatile as gas and oil. So I do not suggest that we rely on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for the answer. You mentioned about like some opportunities that we should focus on are deployment, infrastructure transmission, and then fossil fuel retirement. And then you also specifically mentioned about ASEAN power grid because it's part of the infrastructure transmission that is very much needed. I think I'll perhaps like pick that up with the next speaker as well to Falcon. The question is, many countries have set ambitious RE targets, right, including your country's, Cambodia's goal of reaching 70% of its total power capacity to be renewables by 2030. However, with, and now mentioned by Baptista about the ASEAN power grid, there are a lot of progress on initiatives that are linked for supporting the transition in Southeast Asia. What do you think are the key low-hanging fruits that ASEAN or Southeast Asian countries here should prioritize to better support national and regional transitions?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me at this stage today. I'll just introduce a little bit about where I'm from and who we are. So again, I'm Pokun from Energy Lab Asia. I'm from Cambodia. We are a very small country. We also have rising demand and also experience energy crisis. I want to tackle that question on a few angles. So just to build on what Kairav said about farmers waking up and they might not think about reducing greenhouse emissions. I would argue that in a current energy crisis, people do care about the energy that they use, and I think everyone in this room should care about the energy that they used. It's the backbone and the lifeblood of everything that you doing and every day. The light here, the phone that you use, is all interconnected, and it's very important, and it's very cross-cutting to other sectors as well. Agriculture depends on energy, telecommunication depends on energy. Any sectors that exist in the economy depends on energy. Transport depends on energy. So, so that's one angle, to look at energy as a very important topic, and it's very cross-cutting. The second point that I want to talk about is to talk about this topic in the terms of human language, because what I mean by that is that when we talk about APG, when we talk about renewable energy commitment, the instant translation to a lot of people is the technical terms. But this also needs human-centered terms as well. One of the things that ASEAN have done well is develop many various frameworks for ASEAN to follow. In terms of energy, there's already been a framework called ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, and it's one of the key framework that help guide all the member states to work on the energy cooperation over the next 5 years to strengthen the regional energy connectivity, energy security, but also looking at advancing sustainable and inclusive transition. If you look at the human side, I think that we hasn't built enough yet in terms of human capital and infrastructure. In Cambodia specifically, we have looked at, recently actually, we looked at the renewable energy targets, and we look at how much skills needed to deliver that energy targets. In the context of Cambodia specifically, we are very far behind what need to deliver in the next 5 to 10 years. So we need to think about what's the human capital needed and required, not just in Cambodia, but at the ASEAN level as well, and how can actually Cambodia learn from other ASEAN countries. So I think human capital and human infrastructure is really important. Since this is a room of young professionals and a lot of good energies and care about the environment, one of the things that we need to look at is also how can they connect what they're doing, whether it's on, if they're interested in investment or finance, whether they work in banking, how their career going to connect to clean energy development. So one of the things that we're doing in Cambodia and actually in Laos is looking at the skill development programs that help support young professionals who work in finance, who work in bank, to become the clean energy leader in their communities. And I think this is a low-hanging fruit that I think we can do to help accelerate that skill development.
Thank you, Falcon, for the answer. And now, so you highlighted the need for human capital and skills development, which was also mentioned by Matiza. I think it's very great that we're now in a room full of young people. And one of the, I think, coming from, because my background is international relations, right? I have never thought about going into energy stuff. So I think the point that energy should be taken out of the energy or technical box and into the more social, even political issue is very much needed. And that's why the skills for the energy transition is not only the technicalities, but also from different sectors. Great, so now perhaps I would like to go to the last speaker, to Rexer. You're with the Global Renewables Alliance, so I want to perhaps get a perspective from the business or the industry association, right? We've been talking about energy and climate security. So on that end, what role can actually industries play to support the implementation and the scaling? Because I think that's also keywords that have been mentioned a couple of times. And how can ASEAN specifically turn this momentum into concrete action this year under the Philippines chairship?
Right, thanks very much, Kiara. And of course, maayong hapon sa tanan. Sure, I think I'd like to reiterate what Kairos mentioned earlier, where the opening of the ASEAN summit, where the president specifically highlighted that there's really a need for stronger cooperation on renewable energy to address, of course, energy security. But that's not, I would say, the stronger or strengthened coordination is not just between countries in ASEAN, but domestically, it's also very important, where coordination across government, the private sector, industries, the developers. And it's really time, that the private sector should be co-architects of development process, where of course, we know exactly how development works in the Philippines, or policy work in the Philippines, where the government, of course, the legislators will create policies, and then sometimes the private sector and even the communities who will be affected are not consulted. And I think that's really the strength in cooperation that I wanted to emphasize, that domestically it is important that well, domestically and of course internationally, regionally, that strengthen coordination, that private sector or industry should be part of the development process in terms of renewable energy projects, for example. And that of course, for example, industries are investing in modernizing grids, participating in the auction process of the government. And I'd like to highlight what my colleague here, Tiza, who mentioned that money is looking at where to go. So basically, money is not an issue. And we know very well here in the Philippines that money is not an issue. We've got lots of money, by the way, in the suitcases. But the thing is, we don't have an enabling environment. We need to create that enabling environment for the private sector, to basically support the government. And that's where we've got lots of industry associations, not just in the Philippines, but regionally, globally, to ensure that the Philippines, or to ensure that private sector is included in the development of renewable energy projects. And And then, of course, I'd like to highlight that this is not just industry. This is not just the private sector. Ultimately, it'll be the community who will be, the receiving end. The community who will be, or where these renewable energy development projects will be developed or will be, located. And the social acceptability of the community is also very important that the industry and the government should consider. So yeah, I think that's what I want to highlight is that industry participation and development process should be very important, but ultimately the community's involvement. And now to answer the question about ASEAN, of course, we've got the ASEAN back, or the Business Advisory Council. There should be a strengthened cooperation as well across different countries in the region, where of course exchanges around renewable energy technologies, exchanges around the auction process, because specifically in the Philippines, for example, we just started our auction process in 2021, and we know exactly that there's still a lot of spaces for it to be improved. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it in terms of how the industries and ultimately the community should be involved in renewable energy development. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rexer. Okay. So that was just one round of questions. We still have some time to take questions from the floor. So if you have any questions, please prepare them, and I will see some hands for the questions. Not yet. Before we come to the questions from the public, I would like to invite a discussant coming from one of our university partners, Dr. Janet. Dr. Janet Mananay, from the Cebu Normal University. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Very beautiful and really insightful inputs from our panelists today. I would just like to ask that maybe any from the panelists this afternoon, in what ways can ASEAN strengthen regional policies and partnerships? Because you've mentioned about partnerships, industry partnerships. How can we strengthen these regional policies and partnerships to really address climate disasters collectively as an ASEAN region? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janet, for the question. Perhaps now I would like to ask some of the audience do we use hands or to come to the mic? Okay, to come to the mic if you have any questions, please. Yeah.
So before anything else, I would greet every one of you. Good afternoon. Salamat siang to all of you. Maka-Indonesian jutaan kalaki.
Please also introduce yourself for the question.
Anyways, my name is Nino Magan. I'm from Cebu City, the Philippines. And my question about it is, our country, the Philippines, has always been a prone, not just only for typhoons, but also to earthquakes, because our country have recently experienced earthquake, particularly here in Cebu. And as my thoughts about it, it is mostly so that the people or the government haven't been prepared for the precautions or anything that happened in our country. So one thing that I could ask is, in ASEAN, not just only in our country, but also in ASEAN, how would these things will be prepared in case that these, I know it is more not related for this one, but it's about resilience. It is about resilience, but how can we assure from our leaders that we can prepare ourselves, we can on how we can prepare on everything that cannot be predicted, because everything cannot, some happenings might be happen. That's it. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the question. So I think two questions focusing on impacts and disaster preparedness, which I think more or less also touch upon the question of climate security and human security, right? Okay, so now I will invite some of the partners, some of our journalist fellows, or the journalists that are present here. There are three people. First is the Biena Pitang from Climate Watch Philippines, Raimundos Oki from Kusi Post, and Krishna Ariola from the Youth for Climate Hope Philippines. So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Bianna from the Philippines. I'm from Climate Tracker Asia. My question is for actually revolving around my country, but also around how we're addressing food security as well, in how it connects to the energy crisis. So we all know that a renewable energy project here in our country is being framed as one of the world's largest solar developments and a major step toward clean energy. But it is also being built in an agricultural area where rice farmers have raised concerns about land, livelihood, and displacement. So my question is, can a renewable energy project can still be called the climate solution if it weakens food security or pushes farming communities out? Where should the ASEAN draw the line between clean energy expansion and land justice?
Thank you. Okay, next question.
Thank you very much. I am Raimundo Soke from Doha Kuisi Post, Timor-Leste. My question is, within the ASEAN community, is there any organization so that can put together all the experts in the energy or in the climate experts so that can tackle the natural disaster which happen in the ASEAN countries? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And last but not least, from Krishna Ariola.
Hi, I'm Krishna from Youth for Climate Hope Philippines. We are a youth organization that advocates for a just energy transition. I would like to preface this by saying that I think we all agree that the impact of the global oil disruption in our region is not unprecedented. I want to focus particularly on liquefied natural gas, for example, which has faced great criticism and opposition from civil society and people's movements alike in the past few decades because of its volatility in the global market. It is inherently prone to price shocks in the global market. LNG has also been marketed as a bridge fuel and the answer to moving away from coal to renewables, but I think it has been more of a liability in the transition than anything else, especially with the crisis we are facing right now. So my question is, with ASEAN's commitment to a coal phase down and the bridge fuel leading nowhere, how should the region respond to the present and future crises beyond petroleum sharing and the slow-moving ASEAN power grid? For example, is ASEAN in the position to negotiate as a bloc in the UNFCCC Climate Conference with a unified position on fossil fuel phase out and a clearer stance on false solutions? I think in the ASEAN taxonomy, false solutions like CCS, hydrogen and ammonia co-firing are still classified under clean energy. And if not, what needs to be done to get there? I think we know that this is not a case of short-sightedness when ordinary citizens have said multiple times over the past few decades that fossil fuels have no place in a livable future. We all see it, that the emperor has no clothes. How do we ensure that this moment, pregnant with opportunity, will not be lost and watered down in the language of multilateralism as we have seen happen in the past, and actually make it as an opportunity for us to shape global climate action as a region being one of the most affected in this economic and climate crisis? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Okay, one more question and then we'll go and have another round of answers.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane of Lawig, Cebu, Philippines, representing the indigenous communities or indigenous sector. This is my question. Many climate adaptation, mining transition, and renewable energy projects are presented as sustainable solutions. Yet, some have resulted in displacement, restricted access to resources, and the weakening of indigenous cultural ties to land and water. So, on behalf of indigenous sector, we want to know, how can ASEAN strengthen accountability and rights-based protections to ensure that climate initiatives do not reproduce existing inequalities and injustices? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Okay, 5 very great questions, and I think that this can also be a good starters for our next round of discussions. So please, any one of you wants to go first, or I will just go to Leo first.
Sure, happy to. Well, thanks for these really amazing questions, and I think we need much more time than we actually have to do justice to those questions. But maybe I'll just take make a few points in response to some of these questions. Firstly, around adaptation and resilience and preparedness to the disasters. The first two questions that were raised around that. I think there are two aspects to this. One is technocratically what we need to do, right? So we need to strengthen institutions, we need to have more collaboration on climate science, climate data, have better early warning systems. There's a whole suite of things that we know what we need to do to improve our ability to anticipate and respond to climate disasters. The reason we're not doing it is because it's not being prioritized, right? This region is one of the 9 most vulnerable, then the top 10 most vulnerable regions to climate change. We're a hyper vulnerable region. Yet we have not prioritized this agenda. Of the climate finance, maybe Teresa can share some numbers. They're very appalling. The share of climate finance that goes to adaptation in this region is crumbs from a small slice, right? So it's really an appalling picture. And I think that comes back to the fact that we are, and this is my second answer to that question. So one part is there's a technocratic agenda. We know what we need to do. Institutions, data, science, and a lot of that makes sense to do in collaboration as a region, right? The second part of this is a more deep answer that goes to language and framing and mindsets. So I think the framing that we have inherited is a global elite framing, and I say this as someone who has been part of that global elite for over 2 decades, and I say this with affection, also with a sense of guilt, because I realize that we have framed this issue, the climate issue, in a way that has depressed local ownership, because we've said that this is a very complex global problem, and we're the experts and we have the solutions, trust us. And that is wrong framing, because when you have that framing, what you get is a compliance mindset from local action becomes a mirror of what the global elite view of the world is, which is that climate is the problem. With the technical fixes, we got to reduce emissions. Whereas in fact, I think we're missing the point. And actually, I would love to ask you all to join me in trying to see that climate is not a problem to be fixed, but an invitation to think of a better path forward for ourselves. That, by the way, will be climate safe, because nobody wants a world where you're wrecked by climate change, right? So I think that framing, if you build ownership, including in the language, how we talk about the issues, if you localize and build local ownership for the agenda, then the politicians will start to prioritize it, because these are issues that matter to us. And we actually we're not sitting ducks, we're not victims. Like, people are responding, are adapting. It's not called climate adaptation, it's not recognized as such, it's not financed, but it happens. Otherwise, we'll be in dire straits, right? So there's an immense agency already in the face of climate change. It's just not called that way. So I think that we need to build our own vocabulary to talk about the climate issues and own the issue, and then the issue of adaptation will become much more prioritized because our politicians will hear from us and in these forums that this is something that matters for us. There was a point also about the where to draw the line between energy, clean energy, and indigenous and rights, which I think is a really crucial question, and again harks back to this global elite versus local ownership issue, right? That the how this transition happens will determine whether it holds the road. And the only way that the green transition will happen in a way that holds the road is if it's people-powered. And people-powered means that issues of indigenous rights are going to be at the center of the agenda. So it's not a conflict, but how we do it has to put people at the center. How we run the green transition has to be through the lens of respecting and protecting, upholding individual rights, including the rights of the people who are the stewards of lands, namely the indigenous people. And I don't want to, I actually do want to answer all the questions, but I'll just answer one last point on the, from the lady from the Climate Justice Youth Think Tank, I think. What to do to avoid the response getting captured and watered down in multilateral processes? I think that's a really important question, and I think that's a very timely question because this is what's happening here is an answer to that question. I think the way we answer this, and we're seeing this happen all over the world. There are climate action weeks and clean energy weeks popping up all over the world, right? There's a bottom-up energy that we're in the era of people-powered climate action. And that fills me with hope. And I think that is the next step is connecting dots. Because as a region, we are crucial to meeting climate goals. Not just because we're one of the most vulnerable regions to climate impacts and therefore have a real stake, but also because we are the region that's driving the fastest growth in emissions. So we are a region that needs to be taken seriously, yet we don't show up as a region. We don't show up at climate negotiations and at the COPs, at New York Climate, we don't show up as one. We show up as disparate voices wanting different things, and there is going to be tremendous power unlocked if we were to come together. Unity is our strength, and it will be an incredible strength for this region if we could do this. So this is why I'm here. This is why, I didn't sleep last night because I came from something in Bangkok, and the only way to get here in time for this was to take the red eye. This is how important this is, in my view. There's nothing more important than what we're doing here.
Thanks, Leo. Perhaps next one, Kairos?
Sure. I agree with what has been said so far. In general, particularly for the upcoming conference of parties in Turkey, I think it's going to be crucial, and I'm really hopeful that the ASEAN would have a better showing as a region when it comes to the climate negotiations. Yeah, just on the questions that were asked. First, let me start by saying that I don't think there's anything we can do when it comes to our exposure and when it comes to our inherent risk in terms of our location in the globe. There's nothing we can do about it. But the way we design projects, for example, and programs in ICSC together with our local government partners, is you try to decrease the impacts of those exposure when those risks actually happen by increasing your adaptive capability, your inherent capacity to absorb, transfer, and hopefully bounce back better after an incident, right? So for Southeast Asia in particular, we're working on through the Global Shield, and I'm not making this up. The Global Shield is the actual name. it's a global insurance sort of facility, and one of the landing points for that is called the Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Insurance Fund, if I'm not mistaken, or CDRIF. And the idea is, yes, we are a region, but hopefully, we'll get hit by a typhoon not at the same time. So maybe we can pool resources, we can do twinning agreements to make sure that we share data, We share the approach, we share insurance instruments, and we support each other. And I think it's one of the most tangible ways of wherein ASEAN countries can support each other in terms of disasters. And just on the questions that were asked afterwards, I think it's a matter of really making sure that we have red lines and we have safeguards. The ASEAN can feel big and can feel unreal sometimes. If it's not happening in Cebu, I don't think you'll be able to participate, in events within the periphery of the ASEAN, right? In same way that national government and even city government and provincial governments can feel very far from us. But I think the idea is that if the ASEAN can set a really good framework when it comes to safeguards, then ordinary people, students, indigenous peoples, rights advocates, and community members can actually put this to task and make sure that the safeguards are translated in actual national and local policies. Because only then we can make sure that we don't have to make the false choices between land rights and renewable energy. It is only then that we don't have to trade like ancestral domain, indigenous people's rights for more renewable energy. And that's only through safeguards. And the ASEAN, as I've said, it's a good platform, but we cannot put all of our hopes in a regional organization that sometimes can feel very far from us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kairos. Okay, so just to refresh, first is on the adaptation, and then secondly about the false solutions and how can we address that, or the ongoing updates that we have, and then the third is on the land versus energy question. So yeah, Matiza, please.
I'll take the land versus energy question. Just to reflect on how unique renewable energy technology is, that gives us the first chance in the history of mankind to actually produce an energy that is as small as you want it or as large as you'd like it to be. There are no community-based coal plants, but I've seen several community-based solar PV plants. And I've seen even more hydropower, community-based hydropower plants. You can put up a single panel that's like half a kilowatt, or you could put up multiple panels across large swaths of land that can be like 100 megawatts, right? It's your choice. And this is a technology that allows that kind of flexibility. So we have to take advantage of it. Now, I understand, of course, and acknowledge that, of course, the big corporate interests will have a certain advantage to take advantage first, right? They'll have the big capital. They'll have the biggest investments that are attracted to them. That's why we, the people, need to also figure out how to take advantage of this renewable energy. Because we're the ones who know what we need for our own communities. If our rice farms don't need solar panels that cover the whole rice field, but only like a third of the rice field, so that we can power our mills more efficiently and produce more output for the rice that we produce, then we should do it, right? We should have that. We have stand our ground and say, this is how much we need, and we want to be the power generators. We want to be the ones who own this power plant. This is the first time that we can actually say, we don't need big corporations to come in and own these power plants. We can own it ourselves, and we can enjoy the revenue by ourselves, right? So there are, I think, instances and cases where this is happening. There definitely needs to be more support and more financing going into community-based renewables. And this is something that CPI works on as well. Particularly now in Indonesia, there's a big 100 gigawatts cooperative-based solar PV program by the president. But I think we need to collectively realize that we're not going to get a chance this great again, and we need to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Matiza. Yeah, Rexer.
Thanks very much. I think I can't answer all the questions, but perhaps I'll focus on land use, RE, and IP rights. Specifically on land use, let's just be clear. It's not just an issue about land use. There's also ocean use, where we've got offshore wind, for example, was also actually a big thing already in the Philippines. It's being developed. And I think I wanted to reiterate my point earlier that the government should create an enabling environment for the private sector, for development to come in. And that's where, for example, the conversation around the Land Use Act in the Philippines. It's been there for a very long time. Right now, I think there's a new policy, or there's a new recommendation in the Congress. But specifically, for example, in the ocean side of things, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, of course, with the support of development partners, we're also creating a framework for blue economy, where when you start building offshore wind, the corals, the marine biodiversity should not be affected. So there's two things here. So there's the land use and of course the ocean use, and that's where of course the important role of the community. Most of these are ancestral domains, and these of course from far-flung communities, and that's why I was like mentioning earlier that they should be involved in the development process. That sure, when the government created the policies, then of course the private sector or the investors or the industries will start building it. The community should be part of that dialogue, because sometimes of course there are sensitivities. Of course, as mentioned earlier, it's an ancestral domain, and there might be some sensitivities that should be considered. But most of the time, this is not the case. And I think I'd like to reiterate what Tisa mentioned earlier, where the role of community, let's just be honest, the world is unfair. As much as we want to be, we want to be something development for all, we always have to acknowledge that when there's development, there's always a group of community or people that's left behind, which is unfortunate. So that's why I think I'd like to highlight, again, building on what Tisa mentioned earlier, that the community, the people should own it as well. That it's your right, it's your community, and you should be part of the conversation. And of course, we would expect our representatives in the government to also fight for your rights, but it's always not the same thing, right? Or it's not always the ideal thing. So that's why we have to have a strengthened civil society organizations. We have people's organizations that promoting our rights, but at the same time, you should be active participant of it. Because it should be a participatory way of development when, of course, we talked about sustainable development goals, whatever you call that. But at the end of the day, each and every one of us, especially you, university students who are looking at opportunities in the sustainable development space, should be looking or proactively looking and creating spaces for you and for your voices to be heard as well. So I think that's pretty much it. Because again, I think you should, while we want our representatives or government representatives to represent us, but at the same time, it's not always the case. So I want to reiterate that we should acknowledge the huge work of our civil society organizations protecting our welfare. So yeah, thank you.
I don't have much to add. Those are excellent answers. I'll just build on what you said about policy and then the implementations and perhaps on the existing issues around land grabbings or rights. I want to highlight that these are not news issues. These are existing issues from past development, from current development, and if we don't do anything about it, it will continue to be an ongoing issues. I look at energy transition as an opportunity to address these issues. And I like to invite everyone to think about what kind of role can you play to contribute to that issues. Whether you are media, whether you are civil society organizations, whether you're young professional, whether you're working in a government, everyone have a role to play and can actively contribute to these issues. When it comes to developments, there's always cons and pros, whether it's a big projects and a small projects. And what's important, as this event highlight, is people-centered. So we need to put people at the center and try to understand what their needs are. Cambodia needs might be different from what Philippines needs, might be different from what Indonesians needs. So I guess we'll come together as a unity, but also recognize that different countries need different needs and need different voices to shape that change. The other thing that I want to highlight is capacity. I'm a big advocate for skill development and capacity. I've been working in policy for a couple years now, and I can see a big gap between what's happening up here and what's happening at the implementation level. At the implementation level, I think there needs to be a strong capacity buildings also for people who are working in it, like civil society organization need capacity building to talk about the issues. It takes me 3 years to actually learn about renewable energies. So I think we need to recognize that. And I think it's really important, again, for every sectors to involve in these issues.
Thank you so much, Fakun, and all of the speakers for the answers. This has been a very interesting conversation, I think, as we touch a lot of recent and contemporary issues that are very close to us. And I think one of the key highlights for me is that really, when talking about energy, somebody mentioned earlier that people don't really care actually where your energy comes from. They care about how much it costs and how easy it is to get it. And with this climate and energy transition momentum, really at the heart of it is the people, right? We want affordable, we want secure, we want clean energy for as much people as possible. And so I think and ASEAN and Southeast Asia has a great opportunity to bank on that momentum. What we need is the coordination, the alignment, and a consolidated voice to not only the people at home, but also people abroad. So thank you so much once again to all of the speakers for this session, and thank you all for giving such great questions. Let's now take a photo together, so please come to the stage.
Thank you very much, Kiara, for moderating, and also to all the speakers. We invite for a photo session. And for the cameraman, if you're ready, in 3, 2, 1. Right. We'll have one more time, the ASEAN way. So right hand over left. Right. All right, right hand over left. All right. One more time in 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much to all speakers and panelists. Also, a big thank you to all of the participants and discussants who have participated in this session. Once again, to claim your e-certificate, please make sure to scan the QR code displayed on the screen to get your e-certificate. You may also access the link displayed. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now head straight into our 4th session titled ASEAN in a Changing World, What Does It Mean for Us? The 4th session will be moderated by Dr. Sofwan Albana, Senior Fellow at Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. But before that, please watch the following video.
In 1967, ASEAN's founding fathers imagined a region built on 5 ideas: independence, unity, neutrality, cooperation, and shared growth. Today, ASEAN has grown into a community of 11 nations, over 670 million people, and one of the world's largest regional blocs. But as geopolitical rivalries intensify and the world order is crumbling, new challenges are rising, both within our region and beyond it. Can ASEAN maintain its strategic autonomy? How should it respond to today's challenges? In our 4th session, ASEAN in a Changing World, What Does It Mean for Us? We'll explore how our region can navigate these shifting dynamics and what this means for its peoples. Join the conversation at ASEAN Community Town Hall. You can register via aseanforthepeoples.org. See you in Cebu. Maraming salamat po.
We invite Dr. Sofwan, the moderator, and also to all the panelists to please take your seats on stage.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon po. It's very great to be here, and welcome to session 4, ASEAN in a Changing World. What does it mean for us? My name is Sofwan Albana Khairuzat, or Sofwan, the soft one, not the hard one. I will be moderating your session. Unfortunately, although I am soft, our world is turning into hard mode. So if you are playing game, you know the hard mode, right? It's getting more difficult. As Dr. Dino has mentioned in the opening speech, we are entering a period where we are undergoing a significant change in the global order. It's not a question about whether we are going to the Third World War. We are already in world wars with a lot of tensions and crises everywhere. Not only wars in military terms, but also our struggle with climate crisis, with energy crisis, with many other challenges. And in that hard mode world, where is ASEAN and what ASEAN can do? So we will discuss the issue today with, I think, the right and excellent speakers with their vast experience in the region, as well as their future insights. But before, I would like to thank the session partner, first the Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation. You can give a big round of applause to them. And then also to the New Era University and EU, and then University of the Visayas. Please join me in thanking them in supporting this initiative. Before going to the speakers, I would like to ask the people first, because the slogan here is the people-centered ASEAN. So amidst these challenges, the shift in global order, are you optimistic that ASEAN is important and will be important in helping us navigating this turbulent change? Those who are optimistic that ASEAN is important, please raise your hands. Okay, more time. Yeah, can we video this, please, committee? Yeah. So I think, yeah, hands down. Let's start again. Who are optimistic that ASEAN will play an important role in navigating this geopolitical turbulence? Okay. That's great. I think this room is filled with optimistic voices. Thank you very much. Give applause for all of us. Okay, now let's see who are pessimistic about the role of ASEAN. Please raise your hand. One, I can see. Another one, please. No, two. So there are two, three. I think this is also a very responsible position because it is also have reasons and justifications. And I think both are not mutually exclusive. We can be very optimistic and at the same time realizing and admitting that there are challenges in front of us. And that is the reason why we are asking this excellent lineup of speakers. We have our first woman career foreign minister in ASEAN, Her Excellency Delia Domingo Albert. Yeah, the pride of Filipina. And then Dr. Dino Patti Djalal, founder and chairman, Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. We also have Ambassador Po Sotirak, senior advisor, Cambodian Center for Regional Studies, and advisor to the Royal Government of Cambodia. Last but not least, we have His Excellency, Ambassador Robert Matthews Michael Tene, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Political Security Community 2021-2024. It's great to be here with all of you, ambassadors, and I will start the discussion by asking the panelists a question, and we will listen to their answers. And after that session, I will open up the Q&A session to all of you. But let me start with one big question to Ambassador Michael Tene. As the global order becomes more uncertain and geopolitical rivalries intensify, what does this changing world mean for ASEAN and for the people who live in the region? How can ASEAN way be adapted to today's geopolitical environment? A big question, but please, 5 minutes, Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sofyan. Okay, straight to the point. First, what are the main characteristics of this so-called changing world, the so-called new world order or the next world order? I think the main characteristic is that it is a world that are defined increasingly by the increasing rivalry and confrontations among the major powers. This is the first characteristic. The second one is that the relationship between the major powers are much more complex. They are not mutually exclusive. Not like in the past between the conflict between the Eastern Bloc and Western Bloc, where each blocks have nothing to do with the others. But now the interests of the major powers are much more complex and interlinkaged. In some areas, they cooperate with one another. In other areas, they have a very intense rivalry. The third characteristic is for those countries like us, like ASEAN, our relationship with other major powers are also very complex. There are issues when our interests align more closely to China. There are issues in which our interests align more closely with the US. Yeah. So I think these are some of the characteristics that define the so-called changing world. So how does it affect us? Yeah. First, this complexity of relationship among the major powers, between the major powers and countries like ASEAN, is that there is an increase, it results in an increase of uncertainty in terms of our relations with them. Uncertainty brings a sense or a perception of less security. And when you feel less secure, then you have to take steps. The immediate steps is to increase defense spending. And you are seeing that across countries, not only in Southeast Asia, but in other parts of the world. Increased spending is spending on defense spending is increasing. In Southeast Asia, in the past few years, definitely the absolute number of defense spending is increasing. Although the relative spending in terms of relative to GDP is still around 1%, except for Singapore, which always hovering around 3%, but the rest is still around 1%. But I think if the current trajectory continues, the increase of spending, annual increase spending, continue, then of course we will see in relative term the portion of defense spending vis-a-vis GDP will also increase. That means spending for other priority will be restricted. Spending for health, spending for education, spending for building infrastructure project. Yeah. So there is a direct implication to our economy when we are forced to increase our defense spending because of sense of less security, sense of uncertainty. Second, the increasing rivalry or even confrontation between major powers means also an increasing conflict in terms of expanding their sphere of influence. Yeah. And Southeast Asia is a region of strategic importance for those major powers. And so it's natural to see the major powers are fighting, trying to entrench, trying to expand their sphere of influence in Southeast Asia. And what does it mean to us? We are seeing, and we can expect, increase of a type so-called gray zone conflict. This include increasing disinformation, misinformation campaign, increasing use of the weaponization of trade, yeah, use of cyber threat towards our digital infrastructure, those kind of hostile actions which are slightly below open conflict. These are the example of a great conflict, and we can expect this to increase. And this will also affect our respective countries. The third, when there is an increased confrontation among major powers, we should also anticipate at one point they will be forcing us to take sides. What does it mean to us? When those major powers are forcing us to take sides, either you are with us or you are our enemy. How do we respond to that kind of situation? Situation like that will limit the strategic autonomy of ASEAN countries. It will limit the our capacity to act independently in pursuit of our interests. These are some of the direct implications to our respective countries, to ASEAN collectively, as a result of the changing world. So, how do we respond? There is, of course, a bilateral response. Each country will respond, will have their own bilateral response. But as ASEAN, that means we have to think about the collective response. And collective response is much more complex than a bilateral, unilateral response of our respective countries. Because when we talk about collective response, we have to take into account not only of our own interests, but also the other interests of other ASEAN countries. Yeah. And although we are ASEAN, but each ASEAN country has their own interests as well that are not necessarily the same with one another. Yeah. There are areas in which we share same interests, same concern, but other areas in which we also have different views. And therefore, to have a collective response, there is a need for us to strengthen our unity, ability to find a consensus, identifying areas in which we all share a common position, from which we can craft our own common response. And of course, the common response from ASEAN is very much needed for us to increase our leverage in terms of facing pressures from the major powers. I'll stop there, and I will elaborate further during the Q&A. Thank you.
We will be more. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think that's a very good scene setting. A lot of challenges there because of the complex relationship between great powers, which will affect all ASEAN countries. We need, of course, our own country's response, but also a collective response. To develop that collective response, we need to take into account the interest and the aspirations of all ASEAN member countries, and thus it is important to maybe to know, to listen more, to understand each one of us' interests. So I'm going to Ambassador Po Sotirak because sometimes ASEAN is often divided into maritime and continental Southeast Asia, the CLMV and ASEAN 5, and those kind of divisions. So I would like to hear from the perspective of CLMV countries, what are the key expectations of ASEAN today How can ASEAN ensure that the development and opportunities are more inclusive across all member countries? Please, Ambassador Po Sotirak.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Susday from Cambodia. I'm so delighted and very, very impressed with Pak Dino, who brings so much energy into this room. I see in front of me the future of ASEAN, the future of your own country. Cebu is very beautiful. At 60 years old, next year, ASEAN is less energetic, slow, and sometimes complacent. But I think there's a need for ASEAN to enhance its ability to address long-standing issues internally and externally that threaten the relevance of ASEAN in safeguarding peace, stability, prosperity, inclusive and sustainable development in the entire of Southeast Asia. Internally speaking, and in particular for CLMV-T, T here I refer to Timor-Leste, it's not Thailand, not yet, there will be CLV-T, but this is including East Timor-Leste. ASEAN needs to accelerate its integration process to mitigate economic disparity and inequality among member states. Especially, there is still much to accomplish in narrowing the development gap in the lesser developed ASEAN nation. The development gap between the well-off ASEAN 6, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines, as opposed to Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, and now Timor-Leste. We still use the term CLV, T Thailand, but Vietnam now is much more advanced. I think they probably graduate already. One of the most important issues in that CLVT, T here is Thailand instead. I switched because I want to bring the Mekong issues later on into the equation. The key expectations of ASEAN as a whole today have to do with how ASEAN can ensure development opportunity that are more inclusive across all the maritime state of ASEAN, 5 countries, and the 6, including Timor-Leste, and the CLMVT, the mainland Southeast Asia. In my opinion, CLMVT is expecting ASEAN to, as a whole, to help them narrow down the persistent development gap, which creates significant disparity in per capita income and human development index that remain visible between the well of ASEAN and the 6 less development CLMBT 5 nation. T here is Timor-Leste. The idea of a cohesive and integrated ASEAN community will be a hollow dream if the implementations of the Initiative for ASEAN Integration IAI Work Plan 5 now, 2026 to 2030, adopted last year in October during the 47 ASEAN Summit in KL, is not able to narrow the development gap and improve human resource development within the whole of ASEAN. Very important. The idea of inclusive, sustainable development among CLMVT is being challenged by the rapid digital transformation, technological advancement, greening economy, and the shifting demographic, including the aging population in some member states. Key obstacles include addressing skill gap, fostering lifelong learning, and upgrading technical and vocational educational training to meet the industrial need. Now I have a few lists of challenges that I wanted to share with you. The first one, how the more advanced ASEAN can best assist Timor-Leste institutional and economic foundation to integrate smoothly and in timely manner, as its export level is now, according to my research, only 23% of GDP. That is currently much lower than the other member states. My second point, significant disparity in per capita income and human resource development index remain between ASEAN 6 and CLMBT nation. You just compare the PhD, then you know, in a lesser one and as opposed to the more developed one. The ASEAN 6 should work to offer solutions to address the income gap in ASEAN that focus on inclusive growth, enhance human capacity, and strengthening the social safety net to ensure that the economic benefits are shared more equitably. My third recommendation is that CLVT face challenge from external economic pressure with slower economic growth, tighter financial condition, global inflation, increased trade volatility, supply chain disruption, and the geopolitical rivalry. The ASEAN 6 can assist by focusing on strengthening regional integrations and coordinate by deepening the intra-ASEAN trade, strengthening cooperation mechanism to narrow the management of energy, food security, logistics to ensure stability during this global supply chain. Now I have one more issue that I want to bring out, and that have to do with the Mekong issues. Many of you from Cebu may not know that mainland Southeast Asia, the Mekong is at the heart of almost everything. More than 70 million people from CLVT rely on the Mekong River for their livelihood and the central role that this mighty river assumes in economic for the low Mekong country. Now, Mekong cut across also China. I don't talk about China here. Taking together, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam represent almost half of the Mekong region and Thai productions of rice and fish, a source of electricity and tourism as well. ASEAN as a whole, they take the South China Sea as a priority. For mainland Southeast Asia, I think Mekong, if you ask the people, don't ask the politician, the Mekong issues are top priority. Mekong issues are not top priority for ASEAN due to the focus on maritime security, particularly in the South China Sea, geographical divide between mainland and maritime member, lack of internal political will, and the sensitivity of engaging China on its upstream dam project. Despite these threats, regional food security, ASEAN often treat the regional issues, do not want to address issues at their own main agenda. Every year, I try to find out from the Philippines, I don't think the Mekong is on the agenda. Now, this is my last statement. In time, it is now right time that ASEAN 5 assist CLMVT in developing new solutions based on trust, good faith, and enhanced cooperation among the maritime Southeast Asia and the low Mekong country, and to work together to protect the Mekong River delicate aquatic ecosystem and balance national interests with regional interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Very strong call to address the development gap, but also vision, aspiration gap because of the differences between ASEAN countries as exemplified by the Mekong case where ocean or maritime Southeast Asia often forgetting while it's very important, and actually also not only important for the sub-region but also for ASEAN as a whole. So yeah, hopefully we could have better understanding of these aspirations, these visions, and thus we could develop collective vision together. But to develop that collective vision strongly, of course, we are not in a vacuum. So I would like to go to Dr. Dino. In the context of rising geopolitical rivalries, what forms of external interference or influence should ASEAN be most mindful of? And how can it safeguard its unity and strategic autonomy while continuing to engage constructively with partners? We need those partners, but at the same time, sometimes they have their own interests and acting not always in line with ASEAN's interests. How to deal with them?
Okay. Uh, Look, I'll be honest with you, and tell me if you feel this too. But if you ask me what I'm most worried about for the security of my country and the region, I would say it's external political intervention, right? I was in Europe, and I asked my European friends, are you feeling external interventions in your elections, for example, in your politics? Some say yes, right? Some other countries in the Western world, they say yes too, right? And you know why? Because first, the temptation is there. The best way to expand your influence is to intervene, right? To create conditions by which political actors friendly to you would take power, right? And the tools are there, and the tools are much better because nobody would know that you're intervening, right? The use of social media. And in Indonesia, we just had our vice president, big issue. Vice president appeared on social media saying very controversial things, and then it was a national outcry. And you know what? It turned out to be an AI, right? He never said it, right? Can you imagine? And how easy it is to stoke emotions and create political, what do you call it, emotions and so on. So would be a lot better spent on development or climate adaptation or mitigation and so on, right? But no, there's being spent on arms. There's an arms race going on for sure. As Michael says, this is connected to the geopolitical rivalries. I really hope that Southeast Asia would be immune from this arms race, right? And how do we do it? Just by making sure I like you and I trust you enough, right? You can buy fighter jets, Indonesia can buy aircraft carriers, but our neighbors in ASEAN trust us enough to understand that this is not at the expense of security of our neighbors, right? And how do we maintain that? Our leaders need to always talk to one another. A third point is this. I totally agree. We cannot take part in conflicts that we don't belong, yeah? We don't take sides, yeah? The biggest mistake, if we translate that as we don't take part in conflicts and we don't take a stand. There's a huge difference. Not taking part in conflicts, not taking sides, and not taking a stand. I would cry, all of us, the founding fathers would cry if that translates into ASEAN not taking a stand, because that means what? That means ASEAN has no principles, right? Whatever, the world burns, it's fine, we don't take a stand, somebody gets raped, fine, we don't take a stand. That's not the ASEAN that we know. Appreciate the statement made by President Jose Ramos Horta. What did he do? You know what he did? He condemned America's unprovoked attack to kill the leader of a foreign country, which is Iran. You may not like Iran, you may have relations or whatever, but you don't arbitrarily kill another foreign leader. That's not the world order that the UN Charter envisaged, right? But honestly, how many ASEAN leaders made that statement, right? Only 3 out of 11 made made a statement condemning it, which is, again, it's not against the United States or against anyone, but it's just taking a stand on a matter of principle. So maybe I'll stop there and we can get deeper during discussions here.
Thank you very much, Pak Dino. I think you mentioned quite sharply about how we are in a situation where there is a danger that the achievements of ASEAN, turning this region previously marked by conflicts such as the confrontasi, the fight between Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, and others, into a more peaceful, stable region, threatened with the current situation, which is not only caused by the changing distribution of power, but also a lot of other changes, including the technological changes such as AI and many other factors. So here I would like to ask for the wisdom from somebody who has been present even during the establishment of ASEAN. I heard that you were there, Ambassador. So we have somebody who has been with ASEAN since the beginning. So it would be an interesting question to ask her about what is your take on what should we expect from ASEAN and what should we not expect for ASEAN? What can ASEAN do and what ASEAN cannot do? Can ASEAN be effective in conflict resolution such as in the Thai-Cambodia border, in South China Sea, in Myanmar, in political interventions, etc.? And what can ASEAN do? So I would like to ask Ambassador Delia, Domingo, Albert to answer that question.
Mayong hapon. That's a diplomatic way to greet. I'm delighted to see how positive the people of Cebu are towards ASEAN. After all, you've been the only province in the Philippines that has been hosting ASEAN summits. I know because I was around, so I can say so. This morning, I witnessed a discussion on SDGs, and I was I wanted to ask a question because I'm very passionate about agenda number 5 of SDG. Does anyone know what agenda 5 is? Come on, ladies. Yes, I'm always concerned with agenda number 5 because when I chaired the United Nations Security Council, when I do everything, I always say that agenda number 5 should be a cross-cutting agenda. Number 5 should cut across climate change, health, security, and not just as a single agenda item among the SDGs. And why am I so keen about this? Well, this morning, you were greeted by the second woman foreign minister of the Philippines. Today, you have the first woman foreign minister. Anyway, let me go to the topic. Last Wednesday, I was pleasantly surprised and delighted to meet students from the University of San Carlos. We had a wonderful dialogue on the subject understanding ASEAN, how it evolved, how it works, and why it matters. And I felt that it was a very important topic for the young Filipinos to be able to know what is ASEAN all about. I would like to cite some of the messages I shared with that audience. They were very receptive, they were very polite. I think they were overwhelmed by the presence of so many leading personalities from the team of, but Dino. I call him Dino. We're old friends. But in any way, I thought that in order not to mislead the young minds about ASEAN, I made it clear that in order to be rational and objective about ASEAN and its role in the region, it is good and interesting to see how it meets current challenges. So I had to make clear about what ASEAN is about, what it is not, what it can, and what it cannot or was not meant to do. Otherwise, you'll expect it to work like the United Nations. It doesn't. I think it works better, but you know. Anyway, and to avoid false expectations, and that so we could be more comfortable in dealing with ASEAN. What is important that we shared in that meeting, that ASEAN was not meant to be a supranational entity. It was not like the EU, where you have the European Commission and all the bodies that work under the EU. Unlike the UN, it is where countries actually act independently and its members are just working in cooperation with each other. I think the operative word for ASEAN is cooperation. I think this was the very, very first idea that our forefathers, not forefathers, well, the founders of ASEAN had in mind when they drew up the Bangkok Declaration. Of course, cooperation evolved into what you call integration. It took some time. From 1967, it took all the years up to 1992 when we decided to have AFTA, that the word integration was accepted. Because integration means you give up something. And therefore, at that point in time, it took a while for each of the individual members of ASEAN to accept the word integration. ASEAN did not provide for a regional parliament. So thank God we don't have a Congress like we have. They know what I mean. Nor do we have a Council of Ministers in ASEAN with lawmaking powers, nor does it have the power of enforcement and no common judicial system. So you may be expecting quite a bit, but you have to know what it is and what it is not. It does not have a common armed forces. We don't have a NATO. And its command, and it does not have an authority to issue any military activity against each other unless, of course, bilaterally it may happen. And we don't fly under one flag. We have always all the 11 flags plus the ASEAN flag. These are the things that you will notice already when you go to an ASEAN meeting. Moreover, it's cautioned that ASEAN has to be judged by the results that it achieved in pursuit of its purposes and under its limitations. After 60 years of existence, as Ambassador said, we have to do some rethinking about all these things that we say that ASEAN cannot do nor cannot be. Today, there are tensions between ASEAN countries which may arise and some outstanding issues that have not been addressed in the past. At times, there are a certain degree of mutual suspicion that still linger. This is normal, even between husband and wife. However, there are periods of peace and security, and which have resulted in decades of unprecedented economic and social progress, and this has led to the growing trust and confidence among the leaders of our respective countries, and which has become the currency of diplomacy. Today, we are witnessing major changes in the world. You've heard about the pronouncement of Prime Minister Carey that the world is fractured, it's no longer in transition, and it's a very well quoted description of how the world is today. Despite the benefits of the old global system delivered by the post-war multilateral or regional organizations, many of the assumptions that underpinned them are now broken. I'm sure you have learned many of these experiences, broken beyond repair, and may no longer be fit for purpose. Some aspects of the old system and old institutions are contributing to current problems by locking us into ineffective old ways of thinking. There are still some people who think the way they used to, but they no longer reflect present realities. For countries in Southeast Asia and its primary institutional forum, we're always called the primary institutional forum, which is ASEAN, this could mean recognizing that some of its most cherished principles might no longer be entirely valid either. ASEAN at 60 needs to reflect on traditional assumptions or aspirations about regional cohesion and commonality of interests. The viability of the region, preference to balance between the United States and China is being put to test. The region's long-standing reliance on multilateral trade rules underpinning an orderly and stable trade system may no longer be realistic either. As I mentioned earlier in some of the meetings, in view of these changing events and circumstances, ASEAN should be able to deal with the following questions. First, is it time to reflect on traditional assumptions about regional cohesion and commonality of interests? Should we be reviewing what we have been saying in the past, what we have been agreeing to? Are they still relevant? Second, will the region's preference to balance between the United States and China continue to be viable? Third, will AI, not ASEAN, prove to be a game changer for efforts to balance between the superpowers? Four, will the region's long-standing reliance on multilateral trade rules underpinning orderly and stable trade system remain realistic? These are questions, and I've been hearing quite a lot of your thoughts about this, and I'm deeply, deeply impressed. Recent developments indicate that in order to respond to the questions would need deliberate and careful ways to work together in new and creative ways that would have been inconceivable in the past. If you remember the hymn which you sang this morning, ASEAN has to dare. I think that's a very important word. At 60, we should be daring. Presented a choice between the stable and predictable world order and the more chaotic world we have encountered, ASEAN leaders must reconcile themselves to the current reality and adjust policies accordingly. Finally, whenever possible and appropriate, we, the people of ASEAN, need to get behind the efforts to strengthen the cohesion of ASEAN. Cohesion is important. A fragmented ASEAN does no good for the security nor for the prosperity of our region. A united and cohesive and strong ASEAN is a potent force for regional peace and security, for the economic vitality of the Asia-Pacific region and the world. Finally, I would like to reiterate a strong and responsive ASEAN will contribute to a more resilient Southeast Asia in the face of the many shocks and challenges that may come to face us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Uh, that's what wisdom is. We ask one question and she answered with 4 more questions to us, to ask us to reflect and to find the answers ourselves. But I think with that spirit, I think it is time to be more people-centered, and I would like to invite discussions to us. But I would like to start with the partners of this session with New Era University, Dr. Carlos C. Tabuana Jr., James Patrick Andal, and Prince Tinga, as well as one person from University of Visayas. Please
yeah, it's Carlos
ask your
Tabuna,
questions
Dean
and
of the School of
position
International
yourself.
Relations. Okay, since I'm from the Philippines, allow me to talk about the South China Sea issue. The South China Sea, I believe, must be viewed as a common good to be shared and preserved by those in the neighborhood and those who pass through it. The emphasis is on the term common good. So cooperation, not posturing among law enforcement agencies, must be encouraged. And I believe that ASEAN as an organization in this region must lead in this. For a start, countries that have a direct stake in the South China Sea, in which are located, not outsiders in the region, must promote the dialogues. ASEAN should be the dominant power in the region. How to achieve this should be the major living objective of the organization. We may not be able to achieve this now, but the process should begin now. And it may be a deeply constructivist view, but I think it is very possible that tensions can be reduced and solutions to common issues can be achieved. But here's the catch now. We need to come up with a common definition of sharing this common good. Is this a sharing among equals, or is this a sharing of parties where there is a dominant actor that dictates the term of sharing? An actor that says, I own all of this and I'm sharing this with you. Or we start by saying this is a common good, hence nobody exclusively owns this from the start, and we must talk of how we commonly share this. This is what we must talk about and hopefully come up with an agreement acceptable to all parties and relevant and understandable for the peoples of ASEAN. So in the end, the main question now is, can ASEAN perform its role as the leader in this discussion of the issues confronting the region? Thank you very much.
Right to the most important issue currently. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Jayan, an alumnus of New Era University. Today, ASEAN finds itself at the center of intensifying geopolitical competition, economic fragmentation, technological disruption, and emerging security challenges. From tensions in the South China Sea to supply chain disruptions, cyber threats, climate insecurity, and the growing rivalry between major powers, the strategic environment around ASEAN is becoming more contested and unpredictable. For ASEAN peoples, the challenge is not simply how ASEAN survives, but how ASEAN remains relevant. So I have 2 questions. Can ASEAN preserve regional autonomy while engaging competing powers? And can it maintain peace while protecting the interests of smaller states? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Prince. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Prince from New Era University as well. So my question is, in more realistic term, and not just in the realm of concept, how would you define ASEAN centrality, and where are we now in this project called ASEAN Centrality? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And then next, you are from Visayas.
Yes.
Introduce yourself, please. Yes.
My name is Harvey Vertulfo from the University of the Visayas. I am political science, Teresa in political science. I'd like to preface this for the following. To address Dr. Shofwan's opening question, I am in the optimist camp. I am optimistic about ASEAN, and I am optimistic about the resilience of this bloc. And this is anchored by Her Excellency Delia Albert's discussion 2 days ago in the University of the Visayas, which is what ASEAN does, what it doesn't, uh, what it does, what it doesn't, how what it is and what it isn't. And so, historically, the ASEAN way, with its strict reliance on absolute consensus and quiet diplomacy, is a masterclass in what it does well. It preserves diplomatic harmony and prevents conflict between our governments. However, as former Deputy Secretary General Tene and Dr. Dino pointed out, we are entering a changing world where the primary threats are the weaponization of trade and sophisticated digital interference, not just in trade but in politics as well. This is where we encounter what the ASEAN way doesn't yet do. While this quiet diplomacy protects high-level political relationships, the cost of inaction or delayed consensus is paid on the ground. When the bloc is paralyzed by the need of absolute unity, it is our MSMEs, our displaced communities, and our everyday citizens who bear the brunt of these external economic and security shocks. My question to the panel now is, in an era where superpowers are increasingly bypassing traditional rules such as the US, Russia, and China, how must the ASEAN way evolve so that its primary function isn't just the preservation of diplomatic peace between ASEAN states, but the active, rapid, and tangible protection of the 670 million people who make up this community? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I was optimistic on ASEAN in the beginning, but I'm becoming more optimistic after the question because apparently our future looks bright because we think about this deeply as seen by the questions, which is very deeply thought. So I would like to ask the ambassadors to answer. First, I'm going to Mr. Michael Tene. There are questions about South China Sea, about collective action, about ASEAN centrality as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you. First, about South China Sea. I think we have to be clear when you talk about common goods. I don't think ASEAN countries, especially the states involved, will consider South China Sea as a common goods. The function of the South China Sea serve everyone. Yes, the free, open, safe South China Sea as a main artery of maritime transportation that affect global trade. Yes, it is the benefit is shared by everyone, and you have to maintain that. But South China Sea issues is mainly it's about maritime delimitation. And this is the core issues of South China Sea. And eventually, this maritime delimitation has to be negotiated by the country concerned. That's how border issues are being solved all over the world, directly between those countries that have the border issues. But we also know that solving border issues is very complex. It takes decades, even hundreds of years. It's never, even after hundreds of years, it's never been resolved because it concerns the sovereignty of a country, and it's a very difficult issues to be dealt with. So while trying to continue to resolve this through a bilateral negotiation among the country concerned, there is also immediate steps that need to be taken, namely how to manage, not how to resolve it immediately, but how to manage the situation so that while country involved in that problems, border problems, they can continue their negotiation, but at the same time they can manage the situation so that the area, the South China Sea, remain peaceful and remain useful for global trade and everyone concerned. And this is what ASEAN is doing. What we are negotiating with China, the code of conduct of South China Sea is not meant to resolve the delimitation issues, but it is meant to provide the framework, the arrangement to manage the situation so that the existing underlying border issues will not flare up, becoming open conflict. And if there is an incident, how we deal with that, so that the incident will not become a big issues, big conflict. Yeah. So this is where the role of ASEAN. We are leading not in terms of the resolution of the issue itself, but in managing the situation so that conducive environment can be maintained, even within the situation where countries have border issues, they can remain friendly, and that the South China Sea can continue to serve its function, critical function, especially in terms of global maritime trade that affect the prosperity and safety of everyone concerned. Second question is about strategic autonomy, isn't it? Strategic autonomy is the way we can navigate our interests vis-a-vis the major powers. Yeah, like I said earlier, our relationship with the major powers are quite complex. One issues we closely align with one party. On other issues, we are closely aligned with another parties. Yeah. So the ability to maintain this strategic autonomy is very crucial. The key is that when we develop a strategic relationship with each of the major powers, at the same time we have to ensure that our relationship with the major powers, our partnership with the major powers, should not affect the core interest of the other partners, because everyone is our partners. So the starting point is to see the major powers as partners, not as an adversary. That means that our partnership with one another, with one of them, should not also affect our partnership with the other parties. Yeah. So we should continue to develop this strategic partnership, benefiting all of us. But the caveat is we have to make clear to all these partners, these major powers, that our relationship, our partnership with one will not infringe on the core interest. And I underline the core. Yeah, not all the interests, just the core interest of the other partners. This is the way we can manage our relationship among the major power within a more confrontational environment. Should I stop here first?
Yeah, can I move to another speaker? Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let's give an applause. I believe that you have all the answers, but we, in the interest of time, we need to move to Ambassador Poe.
I'm very impressed with the questions. Can ASEAN call the shot in the South China Sea? No. The long time that it takes to agree on the COC, prove it to you, cannot. And you know what I mean, we can talk more about it. How ASEAN protects the interests of small states, check the dispute settlement mechanism of ASEAN. It never graduated from PD to CBM. The preventive diplomacy have never been graduated. There's still a lot of problem of mistrust in the region, even among ASEAN member states. That's why there's a conflict, Thailand and Cambodian border. It's trust, okay? ASEAN centrality is not about setting the agenda or I'm in the driver's seat or gatekeeper, you know, who can become the next member of ASEAN. Centrality of ASEAN have to do with how ASEAN manage effectively all the framework that they roll out. ASEAN APT, the 3+3, EAS, ARF, ADM plus, can they manage it effectively? Meaning, is there a result to the problem that each time the partner come and say, I have a problem. What is it ASEAN do? Is there any resolution? So I'm a very cautious, optimistic about ASEAN, okay? And the last point, ASEAN way, power over rule. Good question, the last lady. This is precisely what Pak Dino talked about in the opening. We're in a whirlpool now. A rule. Who make the rule? Small state, middle power, or is it the big guy? So again, when they make a rule, they can break the rule. So I don't think what we can do is that ASEAN should band together for multilateralism. We need to enshrine the majority rule, meaning multilateralism. UN probably looking at EU multilateralism, the EU way, with the parliaments and there's the charters and so on, but it's going to take a long time. So I stop here.
Thank you. Pak Dino?
Okay. Somebody asked about great powers. How do we deal with them? A few more questions. You know, I joined the foreign ministry about, I think, 30, 40 years ago. And my dad was a diplomat, right? And I learned from him how to handle great powers, right? He was dealing with China a lot, you know, on the South China Sea issues. And you know what he said? And you know, it still resonates to me. He said, the best way to deal with great powers is to hold your ground and push back when you have to, right? Because if you don't show that you can hold your ground and push back when you have to, they'll eat you alive, right? And guess what? You know, in the end, I ended up dealing with Chinese friends on the South China Sea issue as well. They remember my dad, right? They remember. Because what? He wasn't submissive, right? He stood his ground, he pushed back, and he did so with skill and respectfully in ways that he earned the respect of the great powers. So the best way to earn the respect of great powers, it can be China, it can be United States or others, is really to not be submissive and is to stand your ground. So that's an important point. Secondly is this, we need to appreciate where we are today historically, right? In the 50s, you know, Britain, France, China, United States, they really drove affairs in Southeast Asia. You know, United States for the Vietnam War, there were wars in Cambodia and all the other places. These were external powers, external to Southeast Asia, right? And now, practically, just look at this. Most of the conflicts and tensions and fault lines in Southeast Asia were resolved not by China, not by United States, not by Britain or France, but by us, right? Malaysia, Philippines on Sabah, resolved by you guys or managed by you guys. Singapore, Malaysia, Batu Putih, very sensitive issue, right? Pedra Banca, resolved by themselves. Indonesia, Vietnam, we had a sensitive border dispute on the continental shelf in the South China Sea. We resolved that after so many years of negotiation. Cambodia, Indonesia mediated, of course with France, yeah? Indonesia, Timor-Leste, bilaterally, we resolved that. We had an internal issue in Aceh, and guess what? It was in China or United States and so on, but it was, between us, yeah? And so on and so on. I could go on. There's so many, if you list the number of conflicts and disputes, most of them, if not all, have been resolved by us rather than by external powers. And you know, that is a huge boon to us developing confidence, right? Because we're no longer objects, we are actually subjects that can fix our own house. So never forget that. And the final point is this. You know what really baffled, you know, when I give talks about ASEAN abroad, I give this one example. You know what was really a big revelation about how unique ASEAN is. The entry of Vietnam into ASEAN, right? You know, you want to join EU, you have to be a democracy, you have to be a free market, right? Based on those liberal terms, yeah, right? Vietnam joining ASEAN, the first time ASEAN, which was seen by the West as an anti-communist gathering, right, which it was not really, but they saw it, allowing Vietnam, which is a socialist country, crossing over and joining ASEAN, right? You know how significant that is in the world system, right? And what we told them is this: look, you do things differently in Europe or in the West, it's fine. Yeah, you do things differently. But in Southeast Asia, if you want to belong to our family, we don't judge you. We don't mind what political system you belong to. And when I sit across you at the table, my instinct is not to export my political values and my political system to you, and vice versa. No, it's based on mutual respect, right? ASEAN has what? Absolute monarchy. Brunei, right? Right? You have socialist systems in Vietnam and Laos, right? You have the Indonesian political system, which we call the Indonesian democracy, and so on and so on. It's fine. It's called political pluralism. We accept each other and we respect each other based on, you know, the ASEAN norms. And that is the secret sauce of ASEAN. That is the secret sauce why ASEAN has grown from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 10 to 11. And that is why, in my view, as Ambassador Delia has said, I think ASEAN as a regional organization has punched above weight and has been a regional partner of choice to China, to the United States, to Russia, to India, to Japan, to many, many countries. So don't ever forget that secret sauce, right? What makes ASEAN special? It's political pluralism, right? And accepting everyone as equal, right? Based on mutual respect. We don't judge you, right? We embrace you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Very powerful story about the uniqueness of ASEAN. And now I'm moving to Ambassador Delia, also to close, to give concluding remark for this session.
Thank you. You know, in ASEAN, the women have the last word.
Everywhere. Everywhere.
Anyway, just to mention our situation on the South China Sea. I've been deeply involved when I was a foreign secretary. And it's not only the Philippines that is engaged in this situation. You have Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Vietnam, and of course the Philippines. But the closest that we have had problems with some actions on our territory was the Philippines. And I'm sure my Vietnamese colleague will also say it's also the Paracel Island. But anyway, first of all, I'd like to say that I didn't know Dino before I met him. I met his father. That shows how old I am. Huh? But why his father? In the early days when we were working on the law of the sea in Geneva, it was my first post, I met a very impressive Indonesian Professor Jalal. And he is the father of what you would call the archipelago doctrine, where he said that archipelagic countries, of course, he could foresee that in the future it would be a problem. You have to draw the territorial bases. It's called the archipelago base. Archipelagos, you draw the straight line between the outermost islands, and that is your territory. The South China Sea issue now is about area which is within our territory. And when there were incursions on it, we did not have the wherewithal. So we said, why don't we develop jointly? that was the initial move that we made when I was foreign minister. Why don't we, let's not quarrel over it. Let's jointly develop it, because there's supposed to be a lot of hydrocarbons, oil, gas, etc. It's a very rich in resources. We went halfway, and when it came to the final decision, whose law would prevail in case there is a dispute? And the Philippines said, of course it's our law because it's within our territory. And that's when the negotiations broke down. So it's important for you to know this. It's not a very simple thing, but that's the most simple way I could explain to it. And because we could not defend this situation, we believe in the rule of law. And therefore, we brought the case, our case, and said, we don't decide it, we bring it to the International Tribunal in The Hague. And whatever the decision in The Hague, we will comply. And of course, many of you know the story. We won the case after 4 years. But at the end, China said that they will not recognize the decision of the tribunal because they have the 9-dash line, which is a historical claim over the majority of the South China Sea. So that is, if you can figure it, that's how it is. Our position is that this area should be free for navigation for any country that would be trading. I think 40% of world trade goes through there. China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan goes through there from Europe, and all the Middle East has to come through the South China Sea. And of course, when we won our case, we said, well, it's within our territory, so we'll call it West Philippine Sea. You know, you have to tagline. But that's what we meant. And so that is the situation. And as I said, we're not alone in this situation. There are also incursions in the other countries, but it's not in the same manner that we have it within our 200-mile limit from the base land of the archipelago of the Philippines. So that is the situation at the moment. And I'd like to talk about centrality. I think centrality came into the vocabulary when we started to have relationship with dialogue partners in ASEAN. We have 10 plus 11 dialogue partners, we have sectoral partners, we have development partners. But ASEAN wanted to be in what you call the driver's seat, which means we set the agenda. And this is what you really mean by the centrality, that we set the agenda, and whatever is the agenda, that we are the central entity that sets the agenda for our relationship with the rest of the world. There is another point that I think there was...
Could we a bit faster?
Yes. Now, I would like to end with one a nice anecdote which we always like to play around with. In the early days, when we were only the 5 original partners of ASEAN, people ask, how do you distinguish the country where the person comes from when they are in a meeting? And one professor said, you know, the first to speak is the Filipino. The Filipino will ask, what is the legal basis of your position? We are very legalistic as a country. And Indonesia comes and say, yeah, but what's the philosophy behind it? Does it comply with Pancasila? Yeah, that's Indonesia. And Malaysia, you know, very respectful of their authority. They said, sorry, but I have to sent it back to my home office for comment. And then what happens with Thailand? Thailand is very, very organized. Let's set up committees to discuss the issues. And the last to speak and listening to everybody is Singapore. Do you know what Singapore said? What do we get out of it anyway? That is ASEAN. But let me conclude with a question. I've been working all my life to implement the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which was our initiative. And we have come up with another question. Can ASEAN move forward if women are left behind?
Yes, I think that's very strong answer, and that's how ASEAN should move forward with optimism, with confidence, of course cautious, with a lot of challenges. But I believe that we have, despite the challenges today, well, I remember one illustration by an Italian intellectual, Antonio Gramsci, that the old world is dying, the new world has yet to be born. It is time for morbid symptoms. It is time for monsters. But I believe ASEAN, with all of its modalities and experiences, can defeat these monsters. We have been, I mean, while the challenges are there, we have been in this kind of situation before. Yes, the world is changing, a lot of big challenges, and of course, the challenges of the past are different from today. But in the past, people were also skeptical about ASEAN. People were skeptical that these newly independent countries in Southeast Asia can set up their own pathways forward. But our founding leaders, our four leaders, have proven that they are fighting dreamers. They dream, they envision, and they try their best to do. And they have proven that ASEAN can make it. And we can have that spirit also. We'll keep our optimism open and see you in a better world where ASEAN will be playing a bigger role. Thank you very much, and see you again in the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sofwan, and to all panelists. We invite you for a photo session in the center of the stage. And for the photographers, please get ready. All right, we'll take 2 photos. The first one in 3, 2, 1. And also the second one with the ASEAN way, please. Right hand over left. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much to the moderator and also to all panelists of the 4th session, and of course to all discussants and delegates who participated today. Once again, to claim your e-certificate for this session, please make sure to scan the QR code displayed on the screen or access the link displayed. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 5th and final session, we will focus on the topic, A People-Centered ASEAN, What It Takes and How to Get There. This session will be moderated by David Acero, Partnership Manager of ASEAN Youth Organization, Philippines. In the meantime, please watch the following session video.
ASEAN Vision 2045 envisioned a region that is resilient, innovative, and people-centered. While this has long been ASEAN's aspiration, fewer than 1 in 3 citizens fully understand what ASEAN does. And across hundreds of high-level meetings each year, public participation remains limited. What does it truly take to build a people-centered ASEAN, and how do we get there? In our 5th session, A People-Centered ASEAN, What It Takes and How to Get There, join us to explore actionable pathways for bridging this divide and ensuring the region's future is driven by the needs of its people. Join us at ASEAN Community Town Hall. You can register now via ASEANforthepeople.org. See you in Cebu. Maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the moderator of this fifth and final session, Mr. David Acero, Partnership Manager of ASEAN Youth Organization Philippines, as well as all panelists to please take your seats on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is still awake and alert. Are we still awake and alert? That's good to know because finally we are now on our final session for the ASEAN Community Town Hall. And before we start, we would like to uh, quickly thank and greet our partners that made this possible. Starting with ASEAN Youth Organization Philippines, Cebuano Youth Ambassadors, and Centro Escolar University CEU. Let's please give them a warm round of applause, please. Brilliant. Now, as we move on into our final session of the ASEAN Community Town Hall, I want to start with a reality check. All throughout the day, we've heard the discussions happening within these halls. We've talked about the crisis, the issues, and most, if not all, are familiar or have heard about the ASEAN Vision 2045, which is specially discussed in high-level summits. But statistics show that fewer than 1 in 3 citizens truly understand what ASEAN does. So this statistic is particularly alarming because it reveals a significant legitimacy gap. Without public awareness, even the most ambitious policies risk becoming an elite-only project that lacks grassroots support. It underscores the urgency of our discussion today and the relevance of the ASEAN for the People's Week, because a truly people-centered ASEAN cannot exist if the very people it serves are unaware of its impact on their lives. Once again, I am David Acero, the Partnership Manager of AYO Philippines, and today we are here to discuss a people-centered ASEAN, what it takes, and how to get there. Our goal is to move beyond policy circles and find actionable pathways to bridge this divide. And to help navigate this, it is my pride and honor to be joined by a distinguished panel from several member states who will help us look at this challenge from 4 critical angles. I would first like to introduce the Communications, Knowledge Management, and Partnership Coordinator at the Mekong Institute, Ms. Ana Lei Anillo. Let's please give her a round of applause. Next, we have the Chairman of the Board at Central Group, Professor Emeritus Sutipan Chirativat. Next, we have the Dean of the Faculty of International Politics and Diplomacy at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, Dr. Ha Antoine. And finally, to complete our set of panel, Head of the International Cooperation Division, International Relations Office at the National University of Laos, Dr. Sulia Munara. Now, I think I can speak on behalf of everyone in this room when I say that we are eager, we are very excited to hear about your experiences and perhaps how can we contribute to a really people-centered ASEAN. But I would like to first direct my first question to Ms. Lei. Given how throughout the week we've had several discussions that there is no lack of initiative, there is no lack of plan and intention in terms of addressing the issues that we have in the ASEAN region. But it has been identified that there is an opportunity to expand the implementation, execution, and engagement. So we are very curious to know, Ms. Lei, with the Philippines chairship team navigating our future together, how can this vision be translated into concrete initiatives that strengthen people's engagement and empowerment across the region?
Thank you for that wonderful question. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the opportunity to be here in front of our energetic and really very enthusiastic audience, our youth. So, but going back to the question, we've seen the slogan of the summit this year displayed in every corner of Cebu right now. So, and along it, it is complemented by the logo. The logo of the ASEAN chairship of the Philippines features a balangay. It's a Filipino pre-colonial boat. Which our fisher folk used in their when they're fishing. But for the sake of our discussion, let me um, reinterpret it a bit to instead of a boat, let's use the dragon boat. The dragon boat where it's it can only move. It's a good reflection of how people can move together. So we imagine the ASEAN member states as the one inside that boat paddling together. So it's not really how we are in the boat, but how are we, what are we doing together to really move forward? So, and what matters really is not really us being there, but it's whether people are actually paddling in sync with the same rhythm and also the same direction. So because if some are stronger, some are less capable of paddling the boat, some are less prepared, we cannot really go anywhere. We will be stuck in the same place. So for me, there are three things that matter here. Number one is, of course, the very theme of this discussion, the people. So we need people who are capable. So that's really the heart of our work in Mekong Institute. We bring countries, the 6 greater Mekong countries together to learn from each other through trainings, to workshops like this. So we see the importance of capacity building, capacity development of our people to be able to really build or to have a chance to contribute to the development that we want. So aside from people, another important thing to consider is our systems. If the systems are working for the people, if the systems are designed to serve the people, so it's not just the roads that connects our cities, our countries, but it's also the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure. Like if payments are made easier for the public, not just for the the rich, but also the ordinary citizens buying from stores or from from the market. So it's really the system that connects everything. That's the soft and hard infrastructure. And also the third would be something I think is most important, which is our shared vision. It may be a cliche, but we really need to bring it every time we discuss with each other. It's our shared intent, what we agree upon as nations, as family of nations. So it is really important to understand and agree where the ASEAN boat is taking us. Like um, if we know where we want to go or where the ASEAN vision will take us, we can paddler stronger. Like we'll be more motivated to contribute, right? So uh, we will question, is the destination worth it? For the youth, will it give the youth more voice? Or will it give the youth more access to education? For our farmers, will it mean joining in the boat, riding the boat, paddling with our neighboring countries? would it mean better harvest for them, better food for their tables? And for our workers, would it mean better labor mobility? So those kinds of really lived experience, practical ones, that would define how ASEAN should work. Um, so I think that's really the test, because at the end of the day, it's not really whether we're in the same boat or even paddling together. It's really whether people can actually feel that the direction we're moving in makes their lives better. So I guess that's the most practical insight I can offer right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lei. I really love how you created a metaphor comparing our our current status or current state in the ASEAN region to a dragon boat, because there's no better sport to reflect teamwork and synchronicity than a dragon boat. I really also appreciate how it's kind of it shows a clearer comparison of how the people, the one who paddle, the paddlers, of course, represents the team members of a dragon boat team. The systems could be a reflection of the techniques, the skills, the equipments that can be used by the paddlers, and finally, the shared vision gives us a direction, right? It makes you yearn for success when you know where it will get you, when you know what it will bring or how it will add value to your life. So thank you so much for that, Ms. Lei. Now, for my second question, it has been raised in several instances how for the ASEAN to be truly people-centered, it needs to be in touch with the people, right? Of course, definitely. And as Her Excellency Delia Albert, and I think in several instances, Dino Jalal has highlighted in some talks or conversation, one way to effectively reach the people is through universities, right? Because universities are present locally, they could have access to people on a national or regional or local level. So my second question is for Professor Sutiphan. From your experience in academia, what more can universities across Southeast Asia do to build greater awareness, curiosity, and understanding of ASEAN among young people, and where are the current gaps in how ASEAN is taught today?
Well, thank you, Chair. Let me start by thanking the organizers, for getting us all here in today's ASEAN Community Hall. When I entered this room this morning, I have, I saw, wow, that's big words. People center ASEAN, not on the backboard. That invite me to interpret, like a normal question. Why is there? First, of course, on one hand, it means that, that it has to be with the bottom. And we always say the people bottom up, that's an official way from top down. And the other interpretation, on the other hand, if you sit down in the back, you will not see it, So you have to move closer. That means everybody has to move closer to our ASEAN to make it, people center ASEAN. That's how I see. Okay, whatever you like to imagine. Now, you come to your question, of course, with my experience of teaching over years and also making network, not the young generation. We have two ladies, very equal opportunities, right, of ASEAN. This is reflect very well in this session. But again, I think there's something very important to remind. One of the very first thing to remind is there's a distinct difference between feeling or building ASEAN awareness and teaching or learning ASEAN. So that's what the point I would like to bring to attention here. we always say this, how to, that not everyone can feel ASEAN right away. We are part of the region, Southeast Asian region. We are here in Philippines, how Philippine place, how Filipino feeling, how you belong to the region. So that sense is something that we need to find ourselves. So that's why I try to say that how we, the question, the prior question, maybe how we feel and understand our region before becoming to people-centered ASEAN, how we understand all this. Oh, that's why I think if you've not been on the official, of course, 2045, that's a very official document. It's fine, we like to read it, but you have to find your own voice. You have to find, if you find your own voice, I always like a student to say, find your own voice, how you feel about ASEAN, and then you can channeling your energy, what you do, your aspiration, whatever. Now today, this Park Dino and the former session said now it's become essential to understand ASEAN. But again, you have to find your what you like to do. I mean, if you like to embark the subject like the ASEAN, very important in that regard. Then, of course, that's come to the second issue about the teaching ASEAN. And I struggle also for years, even my own, of course. As a background, I said to you, my own awareness and product of the Cold War, and saw how it happened. And then the 90 after the Cold War and all that, we start to build.
And we do a lot of simulations, asking them, placing them as Singapore Prime Minister, President, the Philippines President, Indonesian Presidents, Vietnam Prime Ministers, and so on. So we join them in a small, very small group discussion, 10 people each, and ask them very critical questions of if they play the role as a Malay language, religions, and so on. So through the simulations process, they will learn how to communicate with each other and how to interact with each other and how to negotiate and agree with each other on certain issues that would help to adapt to the future work. Thank you.
To know each other, to making friends of each other, and give them opportunity.
Also, earlier in session one, a panelist told that we have to think global and act local. So my question is, how do we think global and act global if public opinion is influenced or manipulated by foreign actors or states? That would be all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Guinevere Reyes. I am also a communication and media student in CEU. Being a communication student, I feel that the call for progress and development can push forward through clear understanding of each other's problems and their proposed solutions. So with that being said, how can ASEAN translate the complex language of its goals into stories that matter to the local farmer or fisherman in easier terms? Anyone can answer. Thank you.
Hello, excuse me. Was it Marie? Marie Reyes? I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Sorry. For the goals of ASEAN for 2045, how can it be translated into stories that matter to the local farmers or fishermen?
Okay, to reiterate the questions, the first question that we had from Mr. Jose was more about cultivating an environment that would hone smart citizens in that would select future public officials, and what does ASEAN play, or what role does ASEAN play in holding public officials accountable? For our question from Ms. Savannah is, how can we think global and act local if we are influenced by foreign actors or states? And at the same time, we are being bombarded by constant misinformation and disinformation. And finally, the question that we had for Ms. Marie Reyes is, how would the ASEAN goals translate into stories that would matter to local fisher folk and farmers? Okay, so may I confirm among our panelists who would be willing to answer the first question from Mr. Jose Chris Osoro? Yes, accountability and public officials, and cultivate smarter voters.
Well, I think yeah, this is very important question as well. We have not been discussed very much up to now, but I think corruption is part of the disease, right? In ASEAN, in our government, in everywhere. So how the question is whether this ASEAN have been able to do with that. That's for the moment it seems to be that each country have to, go on themselves. We may have the NGOs who dealing with, how we learn each other, how to deal with it. So I think it's even in the case of Thailand, we also ranking in terms of corruption getting worse because that's something that the role of people, that when they voted, when they go to the poll and see, that's how they're going to improve. So they choose the one who they think is maybe turn the thing for the better. Of course, you have to feel optimistic to go for the better. But then again, of course, the past is vote buying one thing in during the election, and then when these politicians come into power and they govern whatever they do, they still have the project or whatever. So this is, I think, very much the government look like the top, right? We're talking, and then the people is the bottom, and this is something that's it's not specific to ASEAN, but I think it's something that we have to do together. And we're not asking our political leaders, right? Because they still have the West interest in many countries, because they are the one who maybe are dealing, and they cannot make the kind of the improvement if without the kind of the voice. That's why I think voicing again is very important from different parts of the players and stakeholders who feel it. So on any project, from infrastructure, from health, education to military, I think is all kind of sector that we need to work on that. So I think that maybe I don't yet have the answer, but that thing is a matter of fact, and something that we need to keep improving, because that will keep down, in terms of whatever the progress and development we like to moving ahead. So I totally agree. This is one of the not yet quite there in our ASEAN.
Okay, hello. Okay, if I may add on to that, yeah, I can very much relate to the problem of corruption being a Filipino citizen. So, but I think top of mind answer would be the ASEAN strengthening the transparency and accountability mechanisms of member states, like utilizing the technology in in really monitoring and evaluating government programs. Like we can use technology to check on on projects. Like we can very much easily access information about government programs online. And yeah, if we have these platforms where governments are mandated to be really accountable and transparent by publishing their data, their progress, and that we can access, so we can really be, I think that's a very good shield against corruption. And also, it's not really just about what the government can do. It's also the citizens who can really help the government monitor. Like, we really have to care about what government are implementing as their projects. We really have to look into them, be someone critical to ask questions, so that we can take part in really building the corruption-free country. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lei. For our second question, Dr. Tuan, would you like to take this question?
So I think I will make a generic comments on these questions. Okay. I think for the corruptions and the combat against misinformation, I think at the ASEAN cooperation, we can divide it into two layers. From the political perspective, I think ASEAN countries, we have we need still more mechanisms, but we also already have mechanisms in place, such as the ministerial meetings between the different ministers of law, ministers of information and technology, and so on. So we need a kind of political framework for cooperation to combat the corruption and the misinformation as a whole. But at the technical level, it is more important. We need technical cooperation so that the information sharing is fast, is transparent. We need the enhancement of fact-checking, and we also need the information sharing and so on. So we need both two layers. For the second one, for the ASEAN 2045 goals to be translated into the local grassroots level. And another question is also for think global and act local. I think the formula is quite similar. We need a kind of very concrete goals and practical plans and bold actions. So they could serve, if we take the people-centered ASEAN approach, then we have from the goal, the plan, and the actions all together, then we can translate our policy into the concrete actions.
That is perfect. Now for the third question, Dr. Celia, would you like to take on this question, the final question?
Yes, for the ACV 2045 that we have already officially in general to adding the 3 pillar into ASEAN's community by officially adding the connectivity as a 4 pillar. This is the thing that we have to rethink what the ASEAN had been so far, and how this, the ASEAN is very tough to adding more pillar into the officially in our ASEAN way. This can be inclusive if we can thinking of the connectivity. How is connectivity? It's connecting people, not just we have the internet and we can connect, but we can connecting the persons in real, not just connectivity. And also the connectivity is the link, connectivity is the transitions, connectivity with the infrastructures. We have Lao Railways, China and Lao Railways, and we also have Bandung, Jakarta-Bandung Railways, and now we all want to see the how we connectivity with Cebu. I can share my experience that we can easy to connect to Hanoi and Cebu. This time already we have the Vietnam Airlines. So Cebu friends, you can visit Hanoi and Laos. It's very easy to connect to people. So this is how we were putting the connectivity, the networking together with more inclusive with everyone. And this is connectivity in an infrastructure. But how we connectivity the people? How people connecting? How we can linking the young generations together to work together and keep opportunity to share opportunity together in these regions. That is we're looking for the connectivity pillar to working for this, to do an effort and to involving, welcome our generation, our people to involving on this pillar. Yeah.
Okay. Can I still add on to that question? Because I think it resonates well with me as a comms practitioner. The question is, I think, about really public awareness, how we translate the results to stories of change. And I give back the assignment to you, our youth, because I know you are very keen on posting stories online. Why not post stories that matter? Post stories that would resonate to the vision of the ASEAN, shared vision. But it's really not an easy ask because we need really to find where these stories are. So it's not like we see ASEAN, the result of ASEAN cooperation in our everyday lives. That's our dilemma. We are trying to find solution for, right? So it's not, so in terms of getting the stories out there, we rely on our youth, our Gen Z, to post online these stories. But also, we rely on our policymakers, our practitioners, to make those stories, those content available for our youth to shout about. So I think that's really also navigating together, take part in doing something for the issues we are facing. So.
Thank you, Ms. Lay. Navigating together, connectivity. Now you have an assignment to take home with you. And perhaps we can open up that assignment to everyone, right? I mean, we're all equally responsible. Now, we will be accommodating a question from the public. So please, if you have a question for our panelists, please come to our microphone, tell us your name, your affiliation, and if you have a specific panelist in mind for your question.
So, good afternoon, speakers. I'm Aliyah J. Marubia from Explain PH, a youth-driven and community-oriented journalism initiative in the Philippines. So, this question is for you, all of you. So, context before my question is, youth-led or student-led activism in the Philippines and across ASEAN, especially in centers of learning and community immersion, our universities is being met with online harassment and physical threats, such as rad tagging and intimidation, as noted by the Amnesty International in 2025. So our question is, how will ASEAN, through Vision 2045, ensure public participation when the current environment in several member states makes it life-threatening for citizens, especially for the youth, to exercise their rights, to criticize their governments, and hold them accountable?
Hello, and a very, oh, sorry.
Hello. Sorry about that. Please hold off your question. Let's try to answer that question first, and then we'll proceed with yours. Okay? Would any one of our panelists love to take on the question of our one of our lovely audience. Ma'am, would you be open to repeating your question, please?
So, once again, the context of our question is youth-led or student-led activism in the Philippines and across ASEAN, especially in centers of learning and community immersion. Our universities is being met with online harassment and physical threats, such as red tagging and intimidation, as noted by the Amnesty International in 2025. So our question is, how will ASEAN through Vision 2045 ensure public participation when the current environment in several member states makes it life-threatening for citizens, especially for the youth, to exercise their rights to criticize their governments and hold them accountable?
Thank you very much for the question. This is very reality questions, and it's very tough question as well. How the government and the youth understood each other and each other stand for seeing, like you might see the letters, the number nines. If you are on the other side, you can see it's number 6. And this, from my view, that is number 9. So this is the way that you see things, and the way the angle, the governments, maybe they want to just like not really control the youth voice, but it's also they want to making sure the youth using the voice at the right way to expand, and also to the right way to expand, because the youth they have the harassment and online, and also they discredit both the other people, discredit people, and also they misunderstand the online as well. That how the institutions can help on this. We are gathering the youth generations, the strong, smart, and how you say, the strong and smart, and they see the empathy world, and they see the good world of this situation. I know it's very struggling that the young generation, because my youth have not been that tough. I'm really feel sorry about this generation, this generation, because you have been through from the COVID pandemics. You have been through for the war. You have been through for the economics, but we also as well, but in just the different past time. But keep on positive, keep on optimistic to do what you have been done, which is as good. No matter, sometimes they have you need the support. We are here to support you. And I believe that the ASEAN will support the youth to become, because the future is your generations. It's not our generation. It's not your it's not your future. It's your future. So the thinking how we can strengthen, not just in local, not just in the Philippines, strengthens, making friends, making youth friends with the amongst ASEAN. I think this will be pushing and will be build a beautiful more ASEAN that you want to be see in the future. I hope I can answer your questions.
Would anyone else like to follow up on Doctor's?
Well, I think it's that we really talking about it. Your generation is not the easy world, right? It's all sort of things that happen, all external shock that including what we're talking about, that we still have the problem to solve. So I think is getting together and whoever you know that you have friends, a family, starting a family, friends. I think it's and it's go beyond. I mean, we're talking about not a real war. We're talking about even the digital. I see because my generation, I don't use it, the mobile, all this. But your generation and generation of ASEAN, I heard it more than 10 hours. I don't know the average. The Thai, the Filipinos, and I don't know, Laos, and all ASEAN. I mean, it's our world. And because at the same time, again, we are very open region, and we accept it all. And very difficult to distinguish. We're talking a formal session between what is fake, what is real. Because my generation, we are romantic. We see things like that. I can be romantic with people, seeing next to me, we have to talk. But your generation, you also, I mean, between the what do you call the rectangle screen, and at the same time, I don't know how much you share. So I think this keeping balancing very important for yourself, whatever the environment you are. And 2045 again, what ASEAN can do. ASEAN encourage. I think I would say. At the same time, this is a challenging period. And talking 26, the next 5 year thing will change. You see, like already we talking about the AI, that people exchange. My friend, who said, well, you have to look in more the broader picture of this digital transformation, not only AI who we now talking. And not even it's not our own creation, but it's come to you. And that's why the ASEAN, talking about this area, it's a kind of threat to your own, I don't know, it's a kind of opportunities, of course, for things. We're talking about job, we're talking about your each own living, and that's why I think it's important to strike it. I mean, being, looking always at both sides, right? But being optimistic as I think, and see the pessimistic side, we have to how to keep improving. That's how I think we can go and facing such very challenging world. I even have another definition. We are in a rude world. Risky, dangerous. What do you call unpredictable, dangerous, and existential world. That kind of thing. I mean, this is the difficult way. I have time to define what is right, but this is all the quite a word. But of course, at the same time, we need to move ahead. And I believe in ASEAN, and always said that believing because I may be. What do you call bias, because I'm advocate ASEAN. I'm not nationalistic, sense of thing, one country and see other country, So I think we should have the spirit of ASEAN. That's how we go as a region and as in terms of politics, society, economy, or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sutipan. Thank you.
That would be it, speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we can only accommodate one more question from the audience. We'll follow the line that has been created. Please state your name, your institution, and if you have a specific panelist in mind for your question.
Hello and a very good day to all of you. Sawadee kra, Xin Chao, Savaidi. My name is Edric Florence Balaga from Cebu, Philippines, and an invite from the Cebuano Youth Ambassadors. So first off, obviously, I just want to say we appreciate you guys for being in front of us today. To be honest with you, listening to all the panels with you speakers in it is exactly why the youth like myself want to step up and contribute to ASEAN, whether that's regionally or even just locally right here in the Philippines, to ultimately drive real change for the future. So just have a short personal sharing. It's actually my life's goal to try to take the Foreign Service Officer examination, or more especially, work towards building my own NGO focused on youth empowerment and education in the near future. So I know the road ahead is not going to be easy, but nonetheless, I have a firm belief that I'll eventually find that. And so I just wanted to share, because this session specifically, session 5, is incredibly close to what I want to work on. So gathering all these thoughts, my question for the panel is a bit of a shift in perspective. We often talk about how institutions can make policies easier for the grassroots to digest, or how to use simulations to train the youth to understand diplomacy. But to truly build a people-centered ASEAN, how do we actually flip that? Like, actually, how can ASEAN's formal institutions and diplomats unlearn their traditional frameworks to better understand and integrate the fast, unfiltered problem solving happening on the current grounds we are in right now? Essentially, how do we move civil society and the youth from just quote unquote simulating diplomacy to actually really ultimately co-create the future policies of our region? So thank you so much once again for allowing me to ask my question.
And Dr. Solia took on the first question. I'd give this opportunity to Dr. Tuan and Ms. Lei.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought that the storm came already, but now it's still here. So very tough questions for this session, even tougher than the previous one. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the very good question. I believe that our life has changed a lot, and diplomacy has also changed. So in the past, when we talk about diplomacy, we talk about state-to-state negotiation and so on. But now the diplomacy involves many different things, from the cultural cooperation, economic cooperation, technical cooperation, and so on. So for me, for now, say helping to educate the next generations of diplomats, or even the next generations in general. I think we need to focus more on the skills, especially the communication skills. So whenever we help the next generations with equipped with better skills, say trans-border skills, intercultural skills, and negotiation skills, the skills how to talk to each other and how to agree with each other. I think it could help, generally speaking, it could help to enhance the understanding and the trust and the confidence building. And I think it will translate into the success of diplomacy.
That makes total sense. Thank you so much, though.
Thank you.
Yes, I think it's very interesting question and very interesting sessions.
Thank you.
I think that's for the inclusive everyone in here experience, and also particularly you have to participate in this, and also you have to see yourself in ASEAN. You have to see yourself in terms of with them. So I think it is very good for generation like you to thinking of the next future, to seeing, to worry, to think, and you want you to inclusive in the ASEAN. That is a good sign. So I really remember, if you want to understand an inclusive ASEAN, you need to understand the culture. You need to understand the political. You need to understand the grassroots. So go to ASEAN, visit the ASEAN, and understand the cultures. I do remember the song with the very famous song called Hawakamais. So
Hawakamai, yes.
Yes, I think the song is very good. So I like asking all of
Yes,
you
holding
to,
hands.
yes, holding hands.
Holding hands, yes,
You
exactly.
can share the hand with others people beside you. Can, because everyone washed the hand this morning, right?
Yes.
So you can hand in hand and song it together with me. I try to sing,
Okay.
but maybe this is the last little wrap up the song. It's okay. Okay, you need to get together, and the monitor can help me. The Filipinos, come on.
Okay, 3.
Hello, Filipinos, please stand up. Please help us as we close off this session and sing an iconic pop rock song, Hawak Kamay by Yang Constantino.
So you can do an ASEAN way to Hawak Kamay, your song,
Oh, like
yes.
this. Like this.
Like this, okay. I'm closer. And yes, okay, let's try. Okay, see, because all right, everyone, lady, good, ready, go.
How-
This, okay.
Oh, we're sorry.
Okay. minsan madarama mo amundon. Ningan sekali ninan kenapa?
Everyone, please join us.
Problema dengan kanita. Semaling salam selangi. Together you can. Baka sakali may masupumam. Ay dia ako'y dawa hati.
Malalaman mo kahit kailan hawak kamay.
Di kita iiwan sa balabay.
Dito sa mundo walang katiyakan. Hawak kamay. Everybody!
Di kita iiwan sa balalabay. Sa mundo na kamalay.
Everyone, Dr. Celia, Professor Sutipand, Ms. Lei, and Dr. Tuan, let's each hold our hands as we wait and look forward to a people-centered ASEAN. And with that, we close off our final session for today's ASEAN Community Town Hall. Let's please give our panelists a round of applause.
Check. All right, an amazing end to the final session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause again, and we'll have a photo shoot in 3, 2, 1. And another one with the ASEAN way. In 3, 2, 1. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of this year's ASEAN Community Town Hall. Thank you for everyone who stayed with us since the morning, here in person, and also everyone joining us online. Please don't forget to fill in the form displayed in the QR code to confirm your attendance and get your e-certificates. And please feel free to share your moments with us from this event on social media by tagging at FPC Indo on Instagram, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. With that, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, and we hope to see you again at our future FPCI events.
We're having a picture take.